3. Thank you, Valle, so much for coming. How did it feel to be here today and see all the young guns tearing it up?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me to do some commentating today. I'm super excited. And yeah, I think it's going to be an epic show. The boys are hungry, the girls are hungry. And yeah, I'm sure they're going to throw it down today.
I'm sure they're going to throw it. It's a new phase, it's a new venue. There's never been a Freeride World Tour qualifier or challenger here in Obertauern. We have a great phase selected. We actually have some drone shots already. You can see the venue on your screens right now. The only thing we are waiting right now for is the sun. So we're looking forward to have a competition today in spring conditions. We didn't have any fresh snow in the last days, but yesterday there was epic riding. The sun was out, the snow was soft, and that's what we're waiting for today. There are some clouds over Obertauern right now, but looking at the latest weather models, they should move away. Valle, how is it to ride in a competition, a free comp in spring conditions compared to powder snow?
Yeah, it's different, but I would say that especially at this time of the season, in the end of the season, it's what we are used to ski every day. So there, yeah, doesn't change a lot. But yeah, you definitely have to be really careful what you want to jump and what you don't want to jump, because if you go too big, I would say it's super hard to land in some wet snow. But yeah, in general, it's super fun to ride. You pretty much know that the snow is going to be the same from top to bottom, which is nice for a competition. You will not get something unexpected. And yeah, it's definitely fun to ride spring conditions.
It's fun to ride spring conditions. Let's check out the pictures we have here. It's a really amazing setup. We are here at the bottom station of a lift. There's a great spectators area set up. We have our Husky truck. We have the finish line with the riders right next to us, so you can be sure you will get all the emotions in there. This is the start gate, really exposed up there on the call between the Hundskopf and the Plattenspitz. The venue is about 300 vertical meters long, has some really steep pitches and a lot of variety. What's also very interesting, the terrain turns. You're looking towards the east pretty much at the start, and then it turns south and even southwest to a lot of different aspects that we can see. 2,190 meters is the start. Valle, the riders had to deal with very different conditions on each competition this year, right? In Monte Rosa, the start of the series, it was powder but very sun affected. Then it was very good snow in at Kitzsteinhorn. Avriat was very challenging, fairly hard conditions and bad visibility. And today we're in spring conditions. So we can be sure that the best riders will eventually be at the top of the ranking, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's really helpful also to have like tough conditions, because I mean free riding, especially in competition, is not always easy. You don't get powder every day. You cannot always have the best conditions, and yeah, so they are good to be prepared in some difficult conditions. And yeah, today we got another one of this, not pow days I would say, but yeah, slushy conditions, and so we'll see. Hopefully it softens up soon.
Obertauern is very well known for its freeride terrain. You can see it here in the background. The lift gives you access to an enormous amount of backcountry, so the touring and freeriding competitions are really endless. We see the official delay time 9:30. It's 9:05 now. Valle, how is it as a rider, especially if you have one of the first bips and you are on standby, on standby, on standby? Is it hard to keep that like pressure and tension up in your body and in your mind towards the moment when you pass through the start gate?
Yeah, it's definitely challenging to be like all the time ready to go up and then yeah, get in the mood for the competition run. But yeah, this is nothing special. Like delays always happen, and yeah, so we get used to that kind of stuff. But I would definitely say that you like have to always expect that something happens which is not on the plan. And yeah, so yeah, I always just try to stay focused, like have a look at the face from time to time. Don't think too much about what's going to happen, and yeah, just try to wait for the final call and the confirm of the competition.
And today the riders are basically dealing with two competitions. This is about the victory at today's Obertauern Challenger by Orage, and it's also about the tickets for the Freeride World Tour. And if I look at the men's skiing field, out of 20 riders in the start gate today. 19 can theoretically still get a ticket and qualify for next year's Freeride World Tour. Of course, some have done better results and some less. But let's check out that drone shot one more time. This really was a game changer in freeriding, right? You told me about it on the Freeride World Tour. Before, it was sometimes the guys who could do the best visualization of a run that would win a comp. And now with the drone shots, everyone gets that rider's view even before the start. And it makes it a lot easier to choose a line and be prepared for what to expect during your run, right?
Yeah, definitely. The drone shots really help a lot. And I mean, a few years back, we only had normal DJI drone shots. And now we even get the FPV race drone shots, which really get super close to the venue. And you get sometimes really the exact same view that you have while riding it. And yeah, I cannot really imagine like scoping big faces like the Vector was only with a small picture and binos and not having all the footage that we get today. So that's also makes it definitely more easy today. Maybe you can tell me how it was like few years back when you only had a small picture of it.
Well, I remember two things. Riding the back to Ross for the first time in 2000, 24 years ago, we got one picture which was laminated in a foil, and then we had our binoculars. And in the evening in the hotel room, that's all we had, that one picture. So we just went through it. But the performance was also different. You guys nowadays ride about 2 or 3 times as fast, I think, as we did, because you know exactly what to expect. So those pictures, the zooming in, that was definitely a game changer. All right. All right. So I would say we have a short break, and the organization decided to go in 15-minute intervals. So every 50 minutes there will be a new call. At the moment, we're planning for a competition at. We have a decision at 9:30. That would mean a start of the competition not earlier than 9:45, I believe. But if I look around here, there's still plenty of cloud cover. We're still waiting for the blue zone to move in over Obertauern. So let's go on standby, and we'll be back at 9:30, I believe, with the live cast. Right, Vale?
Yeah, sounds like a good plan, I would say.
All right, so see you in a little bit.
See you in a bit.
oben am Start die heute Oberticket der Freeride World Tour 2025. Wir sind gespannt die nächste Vorbereitung. Sind noch die Großständer, dann natürlich Head of Race so oben am Start. Wollen natürlich für die Rider die beste Bedingungen haben, warten deshalb noch ein wenig damit. Auch das Schnee hier im Teilgelände noch etwas reicher wird, damit wir natürlich die bestmöglichen Ecken sehen können und natürlich die bestmögliche Bedingungen auch für diese wichtige Entscheidung am heutigen Tag haben. Also, auch jetzt nochmal eine kleine Verschiebung um 15 Minuten nach Spielzeit. Es wird noch gewartet, bis die Sonne steigt und die Besten ein wenig gestürzt. Und wie gesagt, dass wir eben die besten Bedingungen haben. Und natürlich haben wir diese Zugang aufzuleiten, haben wir natürlich hier angebracht. Wer also nicht auf einen guten Stand Freeride getestet, wir haben heute die Möglichkeit, Ihnen auch mal versuchen, hier richtig für sich zu testen und auch noch einmal insbesondere hier in den wunderschönen Obertauern herumzufahren und hier die Area zu genießen.
Alors c'est donc à 55.
Ehemaliger Freeride World Tour für die Snowboard Ladies. Also, da wird heute ordentlich zur Sache gehen.
Good morning and welcome a second time from Obertauern. This is the 4th out of 4 Freeride World Tour challenges this season, and it's crunch time. Only the best riders who will score most points today will qualify for the 2025 Freeride World Tour in all 4 categories: ski, snowboard, boys and girls. Next to me today, Vale Reiner, our Freeride World Tour champion from last year. Thank you, Vale. Stoked that you're here today.
Yeah, hello also from my side. I'm also super happy to be on your side today and yeah, try myself at a little commentating today, and I'm sure we're gonna have fun times today, and yeah, I'm excited to watch all the boys and girls throwing it down today.
Yeah, it's the first time that the Obertauern does host a Freeride World Tour event of any kind, and it's an amazing place here. We counted yesterday. It's 17 chairlifts, 3 gondolas, 6 T-bars, and the terrain accessibility is amazing. So it's actually a surprise we haven't had a freer competition here any earlier.
Yeah, it is. It's also my first time here in the resort, and I already love it, I have to say. It has lots of options to go free riding, and yeah, also the competition venue today looks super playful and fun. And yeah, I'm sure we're gonna see a lot of freestyle action today. I would say it's not like the biggest big mountain phase, but yeah, what do you think?
Well, if you look at the drone pictures which we see right now, it looks actually quite big mountainy right from the start. Then obviously it's a very wide phase. Riders can go left and right and cover an enormous amount of terrain. I think there's tons of options for any style of riding for big mountain as well as for freestyle. We are sorry for delay. It's not a technical problem that caused the start to be delayed until 11. It was simply the sun hiding behind the clouds, and we do have a spring condition contest. That means we're not riding in fresh powder snow, we have corn snow, and it did freeze overnight. So we had to wait for the snow to soften up, which is the case now. But before we get into the action, let's look a bit at Obertauern. Our Mr. The Voice, Kai Sakrisen, had a look at the area before we got here, and we'll see a clip checking him out. The endless freeride options here right now.
For the ultimate showdown, Obertauern is set to host the season's final Freeride World Tour Challenger. Who will rise to the challenge and secure the spot in the World Tour 2025? Picture this, perched at 1,600 meters. Obertauern boasts some of the deepest snowfalls in the country, ensuring prime conditions for this epic battle. Thanks to the unique basin-like shape Obertauern has faces in all exposures, with this year's competition taking place at the famous Hunsgrund. But the excitement doesn't end at the slopes. Did you know the legendary Beatles once graced these slopes for filming around 50 years ago? Or that Obertauern has more ski bridges than car bridges? Or that every slope leads directly to the town center and therefore to the après-ski bars and the parties? So are you ready to witness the history in the making and have a hell of a time? Then join us as the world's best freeriders converge in Obertauern for a showdown like no other. This isn't just a contest, it's the moment dreams are made.
Yeah, there will definitely be dreams coming true tonight, but there might also be some drama. We did the math, and out of 21 skiers that start today, 19 still have a theoretical chance to qualify for next year's FWT World Tour. Out of 13 ski women, 5 can still do so. Out of 10 snowboard women, only 2, so it's a big matchup there. And out of 10 snowboard men, 9 will be able to qualify for next year's tour. Vale, you are already qualified for next year. You just had your final event in Verbier a couple of days ago. How does it feel for you to see your future opponents, with some of them are friends at the same time, for next year's FWT World Tour riding here today?
Yeah, it's super nice to watch them and see what the FWT World Tour is waiting for in the next years. And yeah, it's super interesting this year because I've just checked the statistics and no one of all the riders in all categories is definitely qualified right now. So yeah, it's gonna be epic.
It is going to be epic. So let's have a look at those start lists. We do start with the main skiers today. We have 54 riders in total today out of 16 nations. And the skiers have the honor to open up the venue today. 21 skiers, and here is our start lead. Hugo Trobat kicking things up from France. A 3-pack of France right away. And then with bib number 4, the current leader of the pack, Timo Röshoff. Also Paul Tonton is in the top 3 right now, as well as Vigil Didier. So a lot of big names. What's interesting that I believe we have no former FWT World Tour riders here. So it's all the young up-and-coming riders who are pushing into next year's FWT World Tour. So, Vale, what do you think about the conditions? We just saw a forerunner coming down the face. We got some feedback. It seems like the snow is softening up very quickly now.
Yeah, and I hope that the sun will not affect the face too much, so that we gonna have fair conditions for all the riders. That because if the sun like gives a lot of heat to the snow, then it can get too sticky. But I guess we will have enough time to run all the riders in similar conditions. So yeah.
As we were speaking, we saw the start list of the other categories. Ski women will be the second category of the day, followed by snowboard women, and then the ski men, which we'll see here, are gonna round things up at the end of the day. Sorry, Val, to interrupt you. Just wanted to refer to that. So, if you were up at the start today, which area would you choose? I mean, it's always a big strategical question, right? Riders left, riders right, where's the better snow, where's the more fluid line? Is there a line on mountain which you felt that you would choose for your riding style?
Yeah, I've had a look at the top section, and yeah, if you go riders left, so Lucas right side from what we can see right now, there's not too many options in the upper part, but some really fun hits at the bottom. And yeah, on the skier's right side, there is more to do at the upper section and also lots of features in the lower section. And I think I would choose this side because, yeah, I just want to do a lot of features most of the time because I have fun jumping and being in the air. And yeah, this side looks like you can definitely link some nice cliffs together and also some wind lip features at the bottom.
With all your freeride experience, do you think this phase today is more supportive for a big mountain rider, or is it better for a freestyle rider who can maybe not do the most extreme line, but put in a lot of tricks today?
I think you need to be both, because like the features are not like the biggest, I would say, not like steep technical doubles and stuff like that. But yeah, you definitely have to know how to do freestyle tricks, and you have to know them well, because the takeoffs don't really look easy, as it was hot, like they melted away already a little bit. So there's lots of grass on the takeoffs, which doesn't make it easy to do tricks. But yeah, if you combine like freeride and freestyle, I would say you definitely are doing a good job today.
That is the perfect mix for today. Yeah, and we saw the riders heard the riders talk about this a lot in the morning. The snow melting with the takeoff. That means the riders have to pre-pop a lot, like before even they approach the actual cliff band that they jump over. They have to do like an ollie, put their skis in the air to make sure they travel over the takeoff and then go all the way to landing, which makes it even trickier to pull off tricks like backflips 360 or more extreme tricks. Well, you said it's not so big mountainy. It still has an inclination of up to 45 degrees, our phase today. The orientation is west and northwest. That's also very interesting. I believe we still have, we're going to have for the next hour or so very different snow conditions on the riders left and right, because some parts of their phase are already affected by the sun and others are not.
Yeah, definitely. And Lucas' left side that you can see right now already gets a lot of sun, so this side is definitely maybe the better choice for the earlier riders. And then if you go later, maybe you are looking for a line which is in this shade right now, so yeah, that it doesn't get too soft when you're riding.
If you're looking at the pictures on your screen right now, there was an idea to start at the very, very top of this mountain today, but obviously with the snowpack we have now, the start gate was put at the point where it is now. And we see a World Tour rider in the start gate. It's the only World Tour rider and going down the venue today, not as a competitor, but it's Timmy Schröder, who just finished 4th overall in the 2024 Freeride World Tour. And he's going to be one of our forerunners, and he will then join us here later on in the commentator booth. Valle, how do you wrap up your Freeride World Tour season? We just saw you on the screen in Verbier doing some enormous jumps. How was that season for you on the tour?
I think overall I'm quite happy with it. I mean, I didn't do exactly what I wanted. I crashed on the first competition, which really didn't make it easy to still qualify for the finals. But yeah, somehow I managed to put it together and put down 2 runs. And then yeah, in the last 2 final competitions, the level just exploded, I would say, and everyone landed their runs. And yeah, but yeah, I'm happy with my riding, and yeah, stoked to be part of it next year again.
There's not many sports in the world where glory and disaster are so close to each other, right? That one cliff you jump over 50 meters, you land it perfectly, you might take the victory of the day, but if one ski digs in and you go for a crash, then that's it, and you might not even requalify. Does that put a lot of pressure on the riders in the start gate?
Yeah, definitely. I think that they just have to focus on their runs and try to not think too much about what could happen and the qualification, because yeah, if you really pressure it, it will not work out as you want it. So yeah, just try to do it like everyday skiing, and then hopefully it works out.
That's the magic. Do it like everyday skiing. I'm not sure Max Hitzig had that in mind when he was standing in start gate at the finals of the Verbier Extreme as the last ride of the day, and with Markus Gogan leading, he knew he had to do a podium run. He saw the live stream in the start gate, and then had to drop in this 55-degree magical phase, and he managed. He got second, but the pressure you have to deal with, I know it from my career, can be enormous. So to just ride like you ride every day is obviously a great idea.
Yeah, Max told me that it was his most nervous moment in his whole life, and then yeah, pulling off such a run, that was really, really strong from him.
In the middle of the picture there, the background, Markus Cox-Kogler, head of safety. He is a legend himself. For almost 20 years, he has organized with the Open Faces team freeride competitions in Austria. He knows all the venues. He's a mountain guide himself, and he's undoubtedly the most experienced event organizer when it comes to venue, location, and safety in Austria, and done a great job. One of the co-founders of the Freeride World Tour. And from the co-founder of the Freeride World Tour, we go right live into the start gate to Timmy Schroeder, Timmy Shredder as he calls himself, who's going to forerun for us and give us a glimpse of what's going to be possible for the riders today. We see it's a bit windy up there, Vale. Maybe that's actually nice, so the snow stays fresh and doesn't get too soft over the day, right?
Yeah, definitely. That's what we also had yesterday, starting off right away with a 360.
So this is going to be interesting. Timmy took off to the Lucas right, and so the ridge at the start splits the pack. The riders have to decide right away. I go skiers right, I go skiers left. That makes a huge difference. Oh, and we see Timmy having some trouble there with a cartwheel getting stuck in the snow. So tricky snow conditions are to be expected if a rider like Timmy has a mistake like this in his forerun.
Yeah, but maybe also if you do forerunning, then you're never getting in the same mood as when you're doing your competition runs. That's also why he maybe was not as concentrated as he would have been standing on the back terrace, for example. So yeah.
That's true, and typically you don't want to go over the biggest cliffs. You want to keep the landings clean for the riders who are to come. Timmy is approaching the finish area. What's really interesting, there is kind of a ditch, a valley towards the finish line. The riders are allowed to go through it, or do you have to go around this? It was not too clear in the morning.
They are allowed to go through it. I think they can also jump if they want, but they will not going to be judged because the judges will not see this part of the venue. So it's the lower one just before the finish gate. And then what's also interesting, we have the top Lucas left part of the venue is also not clearly visible from the judges' place. That's why they have one more judge up there who's giving feedback to them and telling them exactly what's happening on the venue.
And they, of course, have a screen right in front of their eyes to watch the live stream as well,
exactly.
So they can follow the riders top to bottom. And there's actually a lot of people following the riders top to bottom already. We see at the side of the slope 100-200 people congregating, and we have a great finish area where there is food and you can test products of our sponsors. So I think Obertauern and the Open Faces crew have done a great job to make this a perfect season and event. The only thing I'm a little worried about is Timmy Schroeder. Maybe he got lost in that ditch because he hasn't shown up yet. But what's important for us, what we need to know, the judging does not go all the way to the actual finish arch. It stops pretty much as the riders do their last jumps and arrive at the flats. This also speeds up the competition because the moment the riders pass this virtual line, the judges can give their score.
Yeah, and right now we see, I think, Nico Patel in the start gate getting ready as the second forerunner of today, and he will probably go and check out the other side of the venue and tells us how the snow conditions are there.
I'm really happy we get to see those forerunners because it gives us a bit of an idea of the snow and of the venue. And the way we know Nico, he's not called Mr. Backflip for nothing. When he was the forerunner a month ago in Fieberbrunn at the Freeride World Tour, he threw a huge backflip to everyone's delight, which is not the typical thing that forerunners do.
He almost did like a winning run in the Alpbachtal venue as a forerunner.
Exactly. Well, as a 2-times winner in Alpbachtal, it was not too difficult for him. Wow. Yeah, he was on the qualifiers today, did not make the cut to compete here in the Challenger Series. The cut was done half season, so that shows how high the level is here.
Now he's going through the central couloir and coming up to a little wind lip feature, and yeah,
there's
again
the backflip.
showing us the backflip.
Amazing scoping though. There's a takeoff you cannot even see from the finish area, from the judges line. So the riders had the chance yesterday to move not in the face but down the side of the face and go to the top. So to get all their angles for takeoffs and landing, which I think is crucial for the show and for the safety as well, right?
Yeah, especially on a venue like this which has so many different angles, it's super hard to figure out where to go and like how to navigate through the venue. That's why they allowed the riders to go really close to the face and have a proper look.
And we talked about this in the morning when we went live for the first time. The drone footage has changed freeride competition a lot. The drones flying down the face, giving you the actual angle of attack that you have during your run, makes it a lot easier now to plan your takeoffs and jumps.
Yeah, for sure. Compared to what you had to scope a few years ago, or a lot of years ago, maybe also. It definitely changed, and yeah, with the FPV race drone footage, you get exactly the same view that you have while riding, which makes it super easy. You can take, like, you get exactly to know how the takeoffs are going to look like, and yeah, figure out the angles that you want to jump the cliffs.
Yeah, well, as a coach, we typically say you have to know your run top to bottom. So you should basically be able to ride it with closed eyes, and only then you're ready to go through the start gate. And we hope that Hugo Trobat from France, our first male skier in the face, is ready. 21 years of age. He is currently 12th ranking, and he needs to have a top run because he has to finish, I believe, first or second to have still have a chance to qualify.
Yeah, Hugo Trobat, also part of the Les Arcs Free Ski Academy, together with 3 other ski man competitors today, Anthony Cott, Leo Droy and Nemo Planier. They all train together in Les Arcs, and yeah, now it's starting.
And this is it, the first ever freeride competition in the legendary resort of Obertauern has kicked off with Hugo Trobat, ski man category. The show is on.
Starting off with a nice left side 360 off that big cliff and landing it perfectly.
Landing it perfectly, and we see the light is not perfect yet. So big respect for Hugo to go at that speed to those jumps, because it's so hard to find the landing.
And doing a huge one.
A huge floater with some troubles at the landing. But that was amazing. Seemed like he did fly a bit further than he was expecting himself.
Yeah, for sure, and storms that next feature perfect. Another one slightly having troubles there.
Yeah, the judges are obviously going to have to take some points off for these control issues, but I like his line, so much variety, speed, and he put so many features in there, and it's not even done yet.
Another one over the trees. Now finishing with a strong run. Unfortunately, some bubbles on the landings, but yeah, the rest of the run was clean. His biggest features were clean.
Well, we have 5 judging criteria that all influence the overall impression. Each rider does get a score from 0 to 100 points, and control is one of the categories. So if a rider does a jump and he would give him 15 points, but he has a major hiccup at the landing, he might even lose all those 15 points and basically ride with 0 points out of this feature. And we might see a replay that would tell us one more time how big the problems of those 2 landings was. But I'm not going to make any predictions about scores again.
We're not going to do that.
I am way off because we're focusing on commentating for you, so we're not always able to watch. Wow!
So that was a huge one, but yeah, probably the landing was still a little bit too hard. That's why it was not that easy to really stomp that cliff and gain the full points for it. So he's going to be deducted for that.
And that's a very typical mistake if a rider puts his back down into the snow because of troubles. We have 4 categories: back slap stage 1, 2, 3 and 4. And depending how severe he leans back, he gets more points taken off.
Yeah, back slap stage 1 is just when you lean back a little bit, but your ass doesn't touch the snow. Then
exactly.
Stage 2 is when your ass touches the snow, but your head still stays up. And yeah, backslap stage 3 is when you do a full body slam and also your head goes back on the snow.
So he had something between the stage 2 and stage 3 on that landing. And in the ski man category, we can say backseat stage 1, maybe 2-3 points taken off. Stage 2, 5, 6, 7 points taken off. Stage 3 already up to 10 points taken away. So that's, don't be surprised if you see great runs today, but if the riders do have difficulties at the landings, the judges obviously have to take those points off to make it fair and safe for everyone.
Yeah, and the judges also right now probably trying to figure out what's the level going to be today, because this was a super strong run already with clean landings. It could have been a top 3 run already, I would say. But yeah, right now they have to figure out where they rank that first rider to have enough space to the top and below.
Yeah, I'm with you. It would have been an 80+ run for sure. Yeah, with the huge jump and the 2 360s. We'll see what the judges have ready for Hugo. 70 points sets the mark for the next 20 riders to go. Wow. But there's no time for rest. We go back up to the start to our bib number 2 and the current number 14 in the ranking. But even being number 14, Maximilien Michel still has a chance to qualify, but he would have to put down the winning run of the day and need some help of his fellow riders in order to save his spot on the FWT World Tour for next season.
Yeah, and he's ready. Just switched on his GoPro so he gets that footage as well of his run to analyze it afterwards. And yeah, I think he's pumped and ready to go.
Maxime Michel from France on course. Yeah, the French riders sport the largest amount of riders. France has a huge history of freeriding, probably more than Austria, but we're trying to catch up with our various freeride clubs now starting to be all over the place in Austria.
Yeah, and he starts with a clean top section, makes 2 nice straight airs, and approaching now that same one as Ugo, with a huge backflip, landing on the grass, but still riding out somehow clean.
That was amazing. I think he knew if he would go as far as Ugo did before, he might have trouble the landing, so he decided to go a little shorter, but that meant landing on a cliff. And you kind of can't tell that these guys are from the same Freeride Academy, Freeskiller Sachs. They do almost exactly the same line, but so far, Maximilien a bit cleaner. The second backflip, wow, also this one put to his feet perfectly.
Yeah, I really think that last wind lip is going to be a main feature for most of the riders, because it's right at the end of your run, and it really wants to be tricked.
And I love it when I see a rider coming towards the finish and being stoked. You know, it's, as we know, in a freeride competition, you're not competing against your other freeride friends. You're basically competing against yourself. You set the challenge, and if you stand up to it, you'll have a good score. And you hear the applause in the back.
Yeah, it's you against the mountain.
Exactly, against the mountain, against yourself. So a stoked Maximilien Michel from France comes to the finish line. He rides in Chamonix and Praloup, that's where he comes from. One of the biggest freeride hotspots in the Alps.
Now we have to replay his second straight air on the top.
And you can tell that he did 10 years of alpine racing, so strong as a skier. Look, lands right on the bushes. And this is a takeoff where we're going to be seeing a lot of action today. He still has a fresh landing. Is it an advantage today to have a lower bib, or is today the higher bib the advantage? What do you reckon?
I think actually today the higher bib might be a slight advantage, because you can watch the others, you can watch the live stream at the top, and then you get a feel of what's possible and what's not possible. And yeah, with these slushy spring conditions, it doesn't really matter if you have some bump holes in your landings. Of course, if like 20, 25 people jump the same cliff, it might get a little bit hard, but with the sun heating up the snow, it should still be super stompable for all the riders.
That's very interesting, because we get this question a lot. They say, isn't it unfair for the riders who come later that they don't have fresh tracks? Well, it can be, like you said, better to have an early bib to get the perfect landings, but it can also be advantage to have a higher bib, to watch the live stream at the top, to see the takeoff angles, to see where other riders struggle. For example, Maximilien might have seen Ugo overshooting that big booter a little bit, and thus going in with a little less speed. So it can very much be an advantage to have a higher bib.
Yeah, Maximilien takes the hot seat with a 78, or more like the hot couch today.
The hot couch.
And next up, we have our current leader, Timo Rolshofen. Or no, that's Timo in the start gate.
We should have Lalo Rambo as the next rider, but
no, this is Timo. Timo going out on the skier's right side of the venue.
It says on course Lolo Rambo. You said you recognize Timo by the clothing. We will switch on the race radio now and turn it up a little bit, so the next time we can be sure about it.
Couldn't really see that first air, but it looks like he had a clean landing on this one.
Bitte Info für Livestream. Ist das Lolo Rambo oder Timo Rolshofen?
And jumping here over the little grass.
So Vala, you
Clean
were right.
run
It
so
does
far.
say, yeah, now we have the correction, Timo Rolshofen. And he basically only needs a clean run. He is the leader of the pack. He has a 10th, a 5th, and a 1st place. So if he has a somewhat clean run and doesn't crash today, and it doesn't look like it so far, he has a very good chance to be on the tour next year.
Yeah, it goes bigger on this backflip than anyone else so far. Yeah, nice little safety grab here.
So Timo, if this was a top 4 run, you're qualified anyway, but even if you're anything between 5th and 21st place, you still have a chance depending on what the other rest did. I think Timo did a very good job by maybe not doing a 100% run, knowing how Timo can ride, but close to that, 95. Is that how do you see that?
I think this was a solid run from Timo. He just wanted to land, and yeah, maybe with the conditions today, that was a smart decision. I'm still wondering what he has done on that first feature, because we couldn't really see it. I hope the replay will show us, and yeah.
So to everyone at home, if you're watching the live stream and you want to have the scores, all scores at the same time, you can watch them on live feeds, and we'll give you the link right away. Oh, that was the first feature.
Yeah,
it was a 3.
Did the same 360 as Ugo, our first competitor, but managing to do a clean run top to bottom, which is definitely what the judges want to see.
Yeah, so if you want to go on www.liveheats.com and then you type in the search field FIS Freeride World Tour, and you choose today's event, which is the Challenger Freeride World Tour Challenge in Obertauern. Then you can choose your category, in this case Keyman, and click on results, and you'll have the results from first to last place of this category in real time. So we always give you the scores of the rider as he gets it from the judges, which in Timo's case will appear in a couple of seconds. If you want to see all score, check them out on liveheats.com. We have it right in front of us here. Right at the moment in the lead, Maximilien Michel with a score of 78-33, and that's the score to beat from the winner of the Kitzsteinhorn Challenger, Timo Rosehofen from Germany.
Yeah, here you can see the public area right now and all the people cheering.
Vale, Timo is 73-67. That's a solid score for Timo. And he's kind of on your footsteps because he's training up in St. Anton, the Alberg area, with renowned freeride coach Stefan Häusl. But we'll talk about this later. Let's check first who's in the start gate now. If it's now Lolo Rambeau or Paul Danton.
I'm pretty sure to say that this is Paul.
Yeah, this
next up. Correct.
So Lalo at the moment not at the start. We mark him up here. And Paul is currently 3rd in the overall ranking with a 2nd, a 7th, and a 10th place. He had come close to qualify for the FWT World Tour in the past years, but always went too big in those events. He went for huge backflips, enormous jumps. If he landed them, he would win those comps, but a lot of times he would crash. So this year, he did it very different. He rode with a lot of smoothness, style, like we said before, not always with 100%, sometimes the 95, so maybe it just took a little bit time for him to get that experience. A 2nd, a 7th, and a 10th under his belt are putting him in 3rd overall. So he has a very good chance to qualify. If he does finish 1st today, then he's qualified automatically. But even with a position bit for the back, he has a very good chance. All the best for your quest, Paul.
Yeah, and his 3rd result is right now at 10th place. So that's what he's going to try to better now with this run.
Oh, I don't want to be in the start kit today with this double pressure of not just going for the event win, but also knowing the qualification for a whole season on the FWT World Tour is at stake.
Yeah, and nice big straight air to bolts in that first section. Now where he's going right now, that's where all the riders were allowed to go and scope the face from this place. He's going around. He will not be deducted for going slow here, because there's not really another way to come here.
That's important. It was announced at the riders meeting that if the riders want to go to this area and they have to push, no deductions in the line choice or for the speed, because it just is necessary to enable them to go to this crazy area. Look at Paul Anton. Wow, there was a huge drop into the Lucas left face. The first ride of the day, which you see going to this area. Typical big mountain Paul on his way. I'm sorry.
Whoa! And unfortunately coming up short on that backflip. That was really not an easy takeoff there.
Something went wrong on the takeoff. Seems like he got hung up on a rock. But look, like
Yeah.
his in-run went right over grass.
He definitely didn't get that speed that he wanted. Hopefully he's fine. Yeah, he looks fine. Probably a
Wow.
little disappointed.
That was very ambitious for what he had to show as a performance today, but most important, he is fine.
But yeah, that's Paul's style, I would say. He always looks out for the difficult backflip takeoffs, and most of the time it works out, but yeah.
Yeah, but even as a straight ad, it would have been an amazing line. Look at this
Yeah.
entry. Wow, solid 8+ meters to a very flat landing, but not having any trouble sticking that. But here, things went wrong already at takeoff. So as Paul is collecting his keys, he now knows he has to rely on his 2nd, 7th, and 10th place, which might be enough to get him to Freeride World Tour, but now he has to rely more on the right ranking of the other riders.
Yeah. But yeah, he's still in a pretty good position, I would say. And yeah.
Yeah. But knowing Paul, we also know he's going to come down and be fairly angry at himself for not performing the way he was planning to.
But that's how it goes. You have to live with it, and you always, yeah, you have to take also crashes into consideration. So yeah, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That's just how it goes. And I'm sure he's still in love with the sport, also with a crash in today's competition.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. We're looking back up to the second Swiss rider of the day after Paul Anton. You should have Theo Vouillamont in the start gate if you're sticking to the right order now. And for Theo, it's more of a nothing to lose strategy. He sits on rank number 21. And
yeah, there's no chance for him to qualify, even with a win.
Exactly. He's one out of only 2 riders who don't have a chance to qualify anymore, so he can just go all in and show what kind of great free rider he is on this event today. So it seems at the moment that the waiting time of 2 hours from the first planned start at 9 was just right. The snow conditions seem very good. The snow is soft but not too deep. Riders not sinking in all the way to the knees.
Yeah, it's pretty perfect right now. Not sticky, but still soft enough to land some huge airs. That's what the riders want. And yeah, also to get enough speed for the features. And yeah, now it's dropping.
I like that last move from Theo as he's sending kisses to his friends, probably home in Nonda because he's part of the Nonda freeride team. For those who haven't heard about this, if you are in Verbi and you go up the mountain down the other side, you are in Nonda, home of the famous Nonda 4-star qualifier on the Mongo, one of the most perfect freeride venues in the Alps.
Yeah, and Theo is super fast through that first section. And now, unfortunately, over-rotating this backflip and also losing a ski there. So that's going to be a nose curve for him, unfortunately. But he went massive on that backflip. And yeah, with the nose curves, they still get a score, kind of like between 0 and 1, and it depends what you did before you lost your ski. So if you lose your ski on your last feature, you're still gonna be in front of that person who lost the ski on the first feature.
That's right. That's new this year, and I think it's a great idea. If you have 10 skiers losing a ski, they used to be all in the same place. And from this year onward, there is a difference being made if a rider had a great run and, like, for example, lost a ski going through the finish line, or if he lost a ski at his very first feature, they're still ranked to the points they would have had up to that place. So we see this full speed double at the top, and then here the back
Taking
flip.
so much speed into this one, just going straight with no hesitation at all.
Yeah, going either too far or with too much rotation. Either way, it ended in a massive over-rotation that he could not stop anymore. Reminding me a bit of Seb Michaud, who was the king of backflips in my Freeride World Tour times, who would throw backflips over 30, 40 or 45 meter cliffs. Amazing show he always did there. Now coaching himself in La Clusa, the next generation of freeriders.
So now we have the local wildcard, Michi Strauss from Austria in the start gate. He's hyped. You can see him vibing in the start gate. Yeah.
But Michi looking back to an almost 10-year-long competition history, and they don't call him Sander Strauss for nothing. He got his nickname for an endless amount of huge cliffs in the Austrian Freeride series. Not always landing on his feet, but for sure always going 100%.
Yeah, and now we have the first ski man who goes out of the socket to the skier's left side. I'm really excited what we're gonna see now.
He has nothing to lose. Michi, even if he wins today, he doesn't get any points within the ranking, but obviously he can still get the prize money for his
And
run.
doing a 360 into a front punch, kind of front flip, almost looked on purpose, but probably wasn't.
It looked very much on purpose. There's the backflip by Michi Strauss. Almost crashed into the drone, or the drone into him right there.
And yeah, that was what we call a stage 3 backslap, unfortunately for him.
So very interesting. This is Michi Strauss is our 6th rider, and we have only half of the riders that coming down the mountain without troubles. So the value of the 70, 73, and 78 of our top 3 riders obviously are even higher than we thought.
Yeah, so that was definitely a smart decision by Timo, doing a safe run. If it will stay like that, and we're gonna have a lot of crashes. Obviously all the riders will check out the riders right now and they see what's going on, so maybe they will adapt also as well a little bit. But yeah, here we can see the 360 again. Slight over rotation there. And again on the backflip, but really going for it, and yeah, I like that. And yeah, what's also interesting to say about Michi Strauss, the local wildcards here today will not affect the ranking. So if, yeah, now he's in 4th place, but yeah, in the ranking they will just like pull him out so he doesn't affect anything of the qualification system.
So don't be surprised if you're following us on live heats, and no, it actually is in live heats now. They changed that, but he's not gonna collect points for the overalls.
So our currently ranked 2nd place rider out of France, Virgile Didier.
Yeah, Chamonix rider of the free ski Belleville time. His home resort being the Brevant, which has hosted the Freeride World Tour multiple times, and he's been so solid this year. A 2nd and a 3rd and a 14th place, which he wants to get rid of today in the challenges. Really great season by him. Wow.
Going straight over that hit and perfectly stomping it. And right into the next small little double. Approaching his next feature.
Also,
another straight one.
Also winner of Les Arcs Freeride 4-star qualifier today, of the Montafon 4-star qualifier. Probably the most consistent rider in the European qualifier series. And he does show why. Seems so comfortable. Top to bottom, not a single control issue, and this combined with the amazing action, this might well be our new leader of the pack. Super smooth style in the corny spring snow of the beautiful Obertauern resort by
just linking up so many
Virgile Didier.
So many good size features together, top to bottom. Not a few seconds where he didn't really jump in this run.
I don't dare to say anything about his core, but I dare to say one thing: he's going to be on the tour next year with the 2nd and the 3rd, and this run and 3 results counting. I don't think Virgile did anything wrong today.
And he's stoked.
I'm pretty sure he can open the first beer of the day. Congratulations, Virgile. Did the job for today perfectly, and he deserves it. 2 wins and in total 4 podiums on qualifiers and challenges. Mr. Consistency, and I see him very much on the tour. Look at this, overshoots the bomb hole and still lands it clean.
Yeah, that was a super clean run. Maybe also he went for like the more safer option, I would say, but definitely smart choice, especially in his position. And yeah,
you do the math. 21 riders at the start. You want to finish in the top half, right? So maybe don't go for a run for the podium, but go down with to 90% of your performance capabilities, and you'll still be between in the first half of the field. So
Yeah,
let's.
his third result right now was a 14th, and yeah, he's definitely gonna improve this one with this run right now.
Exactly. Well, we just saw the judges there. I'm looking for our judges panel today. Dodo Konrad, Austria's most experienced judge, has been doing this for, I think, at least 10 years, and he's done one event every single weekend since January. So he has a normal job as well, yes, if you wonder, but he travels every weekend. I think his girlfriend's already pretty grumpy. And 84.33 for Michel Didier, taking the lead. Woo-hoo.
Now he can celebrate.
He can start celebrating for sure. This was what he was waiting for. Wow, congratulations, Michel Didier. We don't even have to look at the math. This is a ticket to next year's Freeride World Tour for sure. And this ticket is something that this guy wants as well, and maybe more than others. So ambitious. Max Timmermann from Germany, Innsbruck-based rider. Actually, we had a great day on the mountain together.
Yeah, we had.
Your girlfriend Sarah Bacher, Max, and me in couple this year. Max, all the best for your run. You got to go all in, so stay on your feet.
Yeah, Max needs a win to qualify, and he told me that's what he's going to try. And coming really fast through that first section.
Oh, and his confidence definitely built up. You know, you have the top section in your pocket. You did well, no mistakes. And this is one of the crucial moves of the day.
Yeah, same one as Virgil. Also going straight.
I think they have to start working on their angles a little bit, so they're not all going to be landing in the holes of the riders ahead of them. Max approaching the middle part. I actually switch over to live. Look out the window. Staying on his feet is by the fairly flat landing, puts him right into the backflip. Also that to his feet. Nice combo. I really like that. Jumping into the gully and right out of it, doing a big backflip.
Coming out with another little shifty right there. Just having fun. Yeah, I think he's gonna be happy with this run. Pretty similar to the run we just have seen before, who went into the first place, so...
Vigil went maybe a little bit bigger on the Buddha, but therefore Max had this beautiful combo at the top, at the bottom area with the backflip. So very interesting to see what our judges are going to say about it. Yeah, that brings us back to judges. As the crowd is cheering for Max, I'm sure there's a lot of German-based spectators here that are happy to see Max perform so well.
Wheeling into the finish line.
Right next to the hot seat with Virgil Didier. Yeah, Dodo Konrad from Austria being a super experienced judge. Laurent Duchois and Chevon Chalis as well. And Ludwig Bianchin from from France, I'm sorry. Rounding up the super experienced judging panel as we're checking out Max's run one more time. It's not easy, that takeoff of that lower backflip, right? We have seen a lot of riders being slightly off axis. So, because you're taking off on both edges of his skis, right?
Yeah, you're taking off both edges, but yeah, normally, also if it looks a little bit whack flip-like from the outside, like a little bit sideways, you don't really feel that in the air. It's, yeah, you just do a normal backflip, and yeah, I think it's even stylish if you're a little bit sideways in the air. And he goes into second place right now.
80 points for Max Timmermann, put into second place. The second rider up in the 80s. Pushing Maximilien Michel back to third place. Timo Rolshofen to fourth. Wow, 2 riders in the 80s, that's what we want to see. Back up to the start, this should be our bib number 10. The guy with probably the longest way to travel to participate in all the challenges, Juan Aracil from Andorra.
Going riders right, dropping in 5, 3, 2, 1, dropping in.
So, Juan, bienvenidos a la Hermania. Juan is always greeting his sister because she's always worried when she's riding. She watches the stream, but she's always very afraid. She had to watch him crash in Kitchener. Hopefully he'll do well today. Juan Aracil from Andorra.
And yeah, this line seems like to be the one to go today, with really a lot of riders on this one.
He has an 18th, 11th and a 4th place under his belt. The 4th was in Avoria, so really scratched on the podium there, showing that he's totally capable of a podium run at any time.
Doing a massive clip drop right here, and also stopping it, doing another one, and also coming now into that wind lip with a perfect backflip, and I would say that was a super nice and clean run, top to bottom.
Auf Englisch oder auf Deutsch?
Going switch now, getting some extra points. No, not really, but having fun, and he's definitely stoked with his run.
Bien hecho, Juan. Felicitaciones to the Spanish crew and the Spanish crowd at the computers and TVs at home. The only Andorran rider in the whole pack, in the footsteps of Aymar Navarro and many others who've shown they can perform very well on the Freeride World Tour. Giving the touches a hard time, huh? Similar runs with not very big differences in style and performance, so they'll have to look very closely to the details. That jump was a little further, a bit cleaner, a bit faster overall, less mistakes.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, you say not easy. I would say if they do the same run, you at least know where to compare them. It's hard if like there's a really good run on the one side of the venue and then a really good one on the other side of the venue. Which one would you score better? This way, yeah, you just see like who goes a few meters farther than the others, and yeah, you can look at the landings.
Very clean run from Juan Arcil. 88 points. This is our new leader, ladies and gentlemen. Juan Arcil from Andorra. And I'm sure La Hermania de Juan will be very stoked. Woohoo! And we have a quick check with Timmy Schröder here right next to us. Timmy, how were the conditions up there in the upper part of the face?
I had the honor to do a little forerun today, and the conditions are very wet and very slow. It's a bit challenging to keep the speed and not front punch, but I'm sure the skiers will be fast enough and they'll have a good time.
Well, did see you front punch at some area, other areas where the snow is so rotten that the tip of your board or skis just disappears in the snow?
Yeah, it's easy to front punch because it's so slow, it'll push you forward a lot.
So they give even more respect to the riders. We have to go back up to, thank you Timmy, go back up to Anthony Cott. Vale, what did he do in the first couple of seconds of his run?
He did like the main straight air feature, which is not too big, did it clean. And also he's going for this jump here.
The big Buddha, oh, with the cork 3.
With a huge flat spin, I would
With
say.
the flat spin. It's hard to see our screen in the sun here.
But too big. Going farther than anyone else and unfortunately not stomping it. But still on his keys, so yeah, maybe he's going to show us something else in the lower section, or just cruising down, because he maybe also just don't want to destroy any other features. Yeah, and a nice backflip. Yeah, he's also part of the Les Arcs Free Ski Academy, training in Les Arcs, always traveling together to all the competitions.
It's pretty amazing to have the 21st best male ski freeriders of Europe and 4 coming out of the same freeride club. That shows that they're doing a great job there in Les Arcs.
Yeah, he's still smiling. I'm always, when I get to the finish line, like sometimes you crash, but even if you have tried something that you really wanted to try and then you did it, it still makes you stoked, and he went huge on that air.
That flat spin was amazing. Unfortunately, overtailed a little bit, and then of course you're out of axis for the landing, and if you are so after 50 meters, it's really hard. 40 points for Anthony, but still all smiles. Yeah, Free Ski Academy, Les Arcs represent. Vale, we are also part of a free ski, well, it's a free ride academy in Innsbruck. Yeah, maybe tell us 1 minute about this as we're waiting for the next rider.
Yeah, maybe you talk a bit more about the Free Ski Academy in Innsbruck.
Well, it seems we have to delay this anyway, since Edwin Olsen from Sweden is already in the start gate. He sits on a clean 3,000 points. He was second on the last comp just 6 days ago in Avoria, so he's hungry for more, because the first 2 events didn't go as planned with 2 7th places, but he did show in Avoria. Wow, he should be up there with the best of the best, and he shows why. Amazing 3 up there in the most technical part of the top section.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the strongest top sections that we have
Whoa,
seen.
going
And
for
a
the big
huge
back from the
backflip
beaver
and-
into a front punch and stays on his feet. That was incredible.
That was incredible. Yeah, front punch. Front.
Edwin, keep on riding, because this year you only get 7 to 10 points deduction for a front flip like this. So you're still in the game. If you do a 90 run, you might still 90 points run, you might still end up with 83. Can someone tell him this? Because his body language says he's pretty much done with his run. Not sticking up to his Swedish perfection standard, obviously.
Yeah, still doing that last backflip here.
Look at him. His arms are hanging to the side of his body like in frustration, but still doing a
Yeah.
huge backflip at the same time.
Crazy.
What an amazing run by Edwin Olsson.
Yeah, he needed a win, and he's probably pretty bummed right now that he had that front punch, because that's probably cost him the win or podium.
He was on the way to a winning line for sure. Edwin Olsson from Sweden.
And yeah, that front punch is when you, not on purpose, do like a front flip after a landing. It's when the snow is too wet, and it's gonna be counted as a stage 3 back slap.
Okay, let's watch one more time this top right. Beautiful 3. Wow, perfect landing. And then everything under control until the landing, and then his keys stop, the body moves forward, and he goes to the front punch. But still, he kept his keys on his feet. To me, it was still a very, very good line for Edwin.
And still ending up with the 68.33 in 7th place. With that control issue, that's really showing how strong that run would have been.
Exactly.
Without that issue.
Well, we are sorry for Edwin, but no time to rest since Xavier Gervais is already in the start gate. He doesn't come from Gervais, even though it sounds like it. He comes actually from Mergin and skis in Portezeux and in Verbier, the Quatre Vallées, obviously. He joined the Valais team at 13 and started freeriding at 16.
Yeah, and he says it was his dream to go to the Challengers, and he has achieved his greatest goal this season.
That's what we did hear a lot from riders, that it was the season goal to be in the Challengers, in those 22, in this club of the 22 exclusive riders who then potentially qualify for the Tour. But just to make it to that point is already a huge achievement for the season, right?
And opting out of the trick, going straight, and also gets
opting out of his key as well.
Yeah. Yeah, probably landing exactly on that little grass patch right there. But he gives us the waves. That's the sign for that the skier is okay after a crash, so that they don't send the doctor down.
Oh, Glory or Heartbreak Hotel, both really close together at the Big Booter. We've seen amazing jumps, backflips, huge floaters, but also dreams breaking into pieces at the landing of this huge air.
Yeah, and as you just said, like the goal for the most riders is to make the cut to the Challengers. Is probably pretty much the same as the goal that we have on the Freeride World Tour, to make the cut.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
Qualify not only for the finals but also for next season's Freeride World Tour.
So tough one here for Xavier, because he was sitting on 6th overall with 3,200 points, so just behind the precious 4 spots. So a podium result today would have potentially catapulted him up the rankings into the top 4. So now he has to hope that his 8th, 9th and 11th place from the previous event are still enough, but it's going to be a very tough call for Xavier. So we are just got an update from Alice Ronchetti from the FWT World Tour. She's feeding up with live data. She does the math in the background when it comes to point collection for the tickets for next year's tour. And at this point, we have Timo Rolshoffen, Paul Danton, Virgile Didier and Juan Aracil, who are qualified for next year's FWT World Tour. But we still have almost half the field up at the start gate.
Yeah, here we see our next rider in the start gate, Leo Drouet, also he is one of the guys who can only make the cut if he's winning, and they're not even guaranteed. But he's definitely going to try that.
And he said exactly what we talked about. He says, je suis trop content d'avoir été pris sur le Challenger, en fait d'avoir ma chance pour monter. Mais je suis content pour l'opportunité de partager de bons moments et de rider avec tous ces riders. So he's super stoked to just be here and compete at the Challengers. You know, it's a learning curve, right, in freeriding. You need to collect experience. You need a lot of events to actually realize how to perform at your own top level.
Yeah, sometimes at these young ages, it might be even an advantage if you spend 1 year longer on the Challengers, gain more experience, and then when you're on the World Tour, you are really ready to go big and send it.
Leo Drouet sending it, even though he's a young rider, and over-rotating a little bit, but the skis stay on his feet, so major reduction for a full loss of control, but he can still perform his run, and does it with a huge drop into the half-pipe structure.
Same drop as we've seen by our current leader. Same line so far. And I'm sure he's still gonna show us a backflip here, and he does.
For the Lezac free ski team member, that's a piece of cake, that backflip at the bottom. But obviously not a winning run with a major control issue at that very top. I liked that last year.
Yeah.
You haven't seen that before.
Yeah.
It was very creative, very well spotted by Leo. That's gonna boost his score up again. Wow, it's getting hot in here, not only in the Husky truck, also outside. It's filling up. We have hundreds of spectators. I can hardly remember to have seen that many spectators at any of this year's Freeride World Tour Challenges. So stoked to be up here in Obertauern, this amazing resort, up to 2,300 meters with the higher lifts. Unreal amount of backcountry possibilities, and probably one of the best après-ski in the world.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do after the competition is over.
Definitely. I'm sure Leo will do as well. He'll be a bit grumpy about himself for taking too much rotational force on this. And we have a mandatory bottom backflip air.
Yeah, and this in-run already looks like the perfect jump.
Yeah, but the landing doesn't look that perfect anymore, but I believe with the in-run getting easier, it's still well stickable.
Yeah. Yeah, you have seen him right now landing, having a perfect clean landing exactly in the bomb hole. That shows what the sun is doing to the snow.
And the sun's also bringing people to take off their jackets and their sweaters. It was really cold in the morning still. I came up here in jeans this morning, and now we're starting to sit here in t-shirts and loving it.
Yeah, I would even say that it's sometimes easier to land in a track, because in a track you have a little bit faster snow. If you jump into a place where it's untracked, then you might get unstuck or having a front punch, as we've seen from Edwin before.
True, 62, 67 for Leo, but then you always want to jump far enough, because the worst if you land in fresh snow just before a track, so you land in the soft snow and then ride into compressed snow, which typically leads into a ski stopping and you front punching or ejecting from your ski bindings. I did almost more skiing than snowboarding this winter in our Freeride Academy in Innsbruck. What about you, Vale? Any snowboard days?
I had some snowboard days.
Yeah.
I gifted myself a snowboard equipment for my birthday, and yeah, I really enjoyed.
How is that? A Freeride world champion in the men's category giving himself a birthday present in form of a snowboard. I really like that. And we also like our next rider, probably the youngest up in the start gate today, Lucas Bennett from Canada.
Our current world junior champion here.
Exactly, opting to ride in Switzerland Derby this winter, and look at this boy. This guy can ski. Well, he had one good result at Challenges in catching home with the 7th place, then crashed at the 1st and the 3rd. So trying to replace any of those crashes. Oh, can't do so today. Same problem. Wow, he looked so in control after the big backflip all the way to landing. And then what happened? Did his ski just get stuck?
Yeah, I think the snow in there is just too wet right now. So it's definitely not an easy one.
So if you were the coach of Lucas Bennett and he's up in the start gate, would you tell him to change his line or just go for a floater or change the angle? How could you like work your way around the problem that the landing here is just getting more and more difficult?
First of all, I would probably ask him if he has waxed his skis, because that definitely helps on days like this. But yeah, after seeing now several people really having troubles on this feature, now seeing our current world junior champion and before Edwin and others having troubles here, it's definitely maybe not the smartest idea to go over this feature. I don't know, it's always hard to change up one feature.
The screaming seaman to top things off. For our not skiers, you have to put one ski behind the other one, behind your back, which is a very difficult maneuver. And a cork 7 top things off. That gets
really
an extra round of applause.
Really giving us the show here.
The riders are all congregating around our truck in the public area. I see Max Timmermann, I see Kuro Serra, the snowboarder, who still has to go up yet, but he's in the last category. So they're cheering for Lucas to put in such a great show, even after a crash at the Big Booter.
Yeah, and back to the topic of changing your line, it always depends. Like this probably was one of the main features for a few of the riders. So if it's your main feature and you don't really have another plan, then you probably still go for it. If you have a complete different run and you know exactly where to go on the other one, then you might change it.
So obviously not easy to change your line as you're up in the start gate after preparing for many, many hours, right? We'll see how our next riders will deal with that. We still have, let me check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 riders in the men's ski category in the start gate, including our current 4th and 5th place ranked riders. So it's still very much about the ticket for next year's Freeride World Tour. Maxime Pesset from France is the next rider. Currently ranked 19th, only 22 years young, but his curve is definitely pointing upwards. A 15th place at the first event in Monte Rosa. Then he could start in Kitchenhorn in the 6th place last week in Avoria. So definitely a big upward momentum in his riding this season on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, and also going super fast through the top section. Also him being on the qualifiers for already 4 years and taking a new approach on this one, and it works out.
It's exactly what we're talking about. I think he probably had planned the same feature and did a variation. You can't really backflip there because it's too much of a floater, but still a big jump and collecting on points. Nice! I would call it a triple.
Super creative line there.
Woo! Beautiful middle part. And another Buddha putting it perfectly in his feet. Nice run by Maxime Pesset.
That was a solid run.
The second year with amazing line spotting capabilities.
All new features.
So after quite a few riders with troubles, we're looking back to the ranking. Maxime Pesset from France. So the podium at the moment is Juan Aracil from Andorra, 88 points. Virgile Didier, 84 on second place, and Max Timmermann sits on third with 80 points. So this is what is challenging if he wants to go for the podium. So as we see the replay, I have Max Timmermann approaching our fellow German competitor, and we just get a glimpse of his run today. Vale, you stay focused and tell us if the score comes in for Maxime. Hello Max, how was your run today?
It was super fun, actually. It's soft snow in the landing, so that was really fun. And all the cliffs, like, well, yeah, it was a pretty fun run. Like, it was way nicer than I expected it. I could have done like way more, but you never know. But it was still fun, yeah, and the crowd is amazing.
The crowd's amazing. Well, we saw quite a few riders were pushing a bit harder than you did maybe, but going down we have already 4 no scores. We already have 4 no scores. We hear that you still have a small, tiny chance to qualify, but then everything would have to go your way. So all the best for that, and thanks for a great show today.
Yeah, thank you for the great job commentating.
Max Timmermann, always in a good mood, especially after skiing so well.
Yeah, and judging judges really taking their time on this one, and I totally understand that because he did something completely new. So you have to figure out like which cliff is worth more than another one. Before, most of the riders did the same run, so you just see like, go they a little bit bigger or smaller, and are they cleaner or are they faster or slower? And with a new run, they have to really, maybe have a look at the other runs again, compare it, and then decide where they're gonna put him in the ranking.
Exactly. So there's always time to revise the good judging. There's always time to have the video judge replay a certain feature to make sure the score is right for the certain feature. Well, our 5 categories are the line itself, the fluidity of the line, the air category, and the control and the technique. So all 5 boxes have to be ticked if you want to have a near perfect run. Did you have a perfect run? Did you ever reach 100 points?
No.
I don't think there has ever been a 100-point run so far in the history of Freeride World Tour, because theoretically only the last rider of the field can do so. So chances are slim.
Yeah. Only the last one, because you always need to leave a little bit of space, because if you give the second to last one 100 and the last one is even better, you have no place to put him.
But you guys showed us what's possible. 86 for Maxime Pesset. He is stoked.
Yeah.
Oh.
Coming into second place right now with this run.
Pushing Max Zimmermann back to 4th and potentially out of Freeride World Tour dreams. But, well, only 4 tickets for 21 men. It's obviously a brutal cut. Our only rider from the United States of America is Alex Hackel. And also his curve is pointing upwards from a 23rd to 9th to 8th place over the last 3 qualifiers.
Yeah, Alex, more of a freestyle skier, I would say. Also spending a lot of days in the park. This year, more on freeride, which I really enjoy watching. And I love his hand drag trees. That's kind of his signature move always. And yeah, hopefully we see one from him today.
Yeah, I think you can tell where he grew up. He has a much more, I would say, playful riding technique than many of the European big mountain-oriented riders.
Connecting 2 nice features there. And now
something special is coming
cork
up.
7 perfectly. That was a clean run for him.
Wow, it's so difficult to put a cork 7. Oh, a cork 7 over a Buddha, which you've never done before in your life, right? To get that rotation speed and axis right, it's got to be so hard.
Yeah, and that's also not a super easy takeoff, because you are on both of your left skiers' left edges.
And he's getting a lot of cheering from the riders who are already at the finish, and the snowboard man who still have to go up, including all the other spectators. Great job by Alex Hackel.
Yeah, it's more of a carving kind of cork 720, and he put it down perfect.
Thank you, Freeride, he says. Congratulations, Alex. Wow.
And here we have the replaying. Also going for this big one. Getting all the points for it. And here we see it. And also almost going farther than everyone else on this one.
Well, I remember there were some major discussions after the Freeride World Tour in Fieberbrunn, where Maxime Jablot put down a seemingly perfect run with a double backflip and a big 7 and still only finished 7th or 8th. Well, there was a lot more amazing runs on that day, but there was a big discussions in the aftermath about the value of freestyle in big mountain riding. How did you see that particular situation, and what's your general take on it?
My general take on it is like,
Alex loving his pink skis.
Yeah, he loves his skis. I think like, as long as you have freestyle tricks over like freeride features like cliffs and stuff, you should really get a lot of points for them. Maybe in Fieberbrunn for Maxime the case was that his line in general was not the most difficult one. Obviously the tricks were, but yeah, it was not super easy to ride fast and clean in between the features, and I think that's why they deducted him. But yeah, I mean, with this level right now, you really cannot be angry at anyone. becoming 6th placer. I don't know where he ended up.
Yeah, with a score of 90.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I think he's still super stoked. That was basically his dream run, and he did not even do a double backflip and a 720, but also a 360 and a backflip. So he had 4 different tricks in one run, which is insane.
Yeah, remember he asked him finish 87 for Alex Hackel, putting him into 2nd place. Wow. This is an amazing men's field. It's really starting to heat up only. Juan Aracil still in 1st place. Soy muy feliz para el rider de Andorra y su hermana especialmente. In 1st place. Alex Hackel now in 2nd with 87. And Maxime Pesset being pushed back to 3rd place. Wow, we have seen no rider yet though in 90s. So we're still waiting for more action to come. Next rider in the gate is Matthias Fournier, and he won the last event in Andorra. But he has only a 20th and a 21st place in the first run. So any good result gives him a chance to qualify, but he needs a very good one.
Yeah.
How crazy is that? 20th, 21st, and 1st.
Yeah.
So, whoa, an amazing backflip in an amazing air of the face. Doesn't lose his key, but always he rolls. So that was an insane backflip, opening up a new feature all the way to the riders right there.
Yeah, and I already had a look at this feature before.
For yourself.
For myself, maybe for some other riders that are still to come. But yeah, it really didn't look easy. So
wow, and a beautiful double at
going
the
for a
bottom.
backflip there, definitely a hard task. And now just enjoying the smaller features in his run. And yeah, approaching another wind lip, one more backflip, and landing it. So unfortunately, he didn't land his big trick.
This must have been so hard to scope, and his idea to do a backflip. I mean, just going for a straight air there would have given him an enormous amount of points, but still the chance to do the backflip at the bottom. What a beautiful line that was.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he's gonna improve any result, maybe just a little bit, but as he's in 4th place in the overall ranking right now, I'm not sure. He definitely, still has to wait for all the riders, and we'll see.
Well, it's only his 2nd year on the qualifiers, so it's already amazing to win events there and have the chance to go right through the tour. Mathis Fournier from France. Alors, incroyable le show, Matthias. Le backflip, c'était exceptionnel. Wow. Yeah, that landing is probably a tiny bit too flat, or the snow conditions a bit too tricky for that size of jump. But the lower part was super creative, right?
Yeah.
The double and then up at the back with the big wind lip, I really like that.
Also, after Michi Strauss, the first one who is showing us something in the Lucas right side of the venue.
Matthias, only 21 years old. No, not even. He'll be 21 in a couple of years. So he still has like. I did my last Freeride World Tour comp when I was 42, so exactly twice his age. So he has another 21 years to ride on the Freeride World Tour if he doesn't make the cut this year.
Yeah, and just as we said before, it's maybe even an advantage to gain more experience. Today again, he definitely gained some experience. And yeah, he can come back next year, do it again, have more fun on the challengers, and yeah, maybe he qualifies next year.
Exactly. Well, you didn't make the cut on your first Freeride World Tour. You went back to the qualifiers, ruled the qualifiers, got right back on the tour, and became world champion in the following year. So that's how it works.
Yeah.
That's how it's done.
Yeah. You learn something from every competition you do, and still getting a like 59, almost
59.
60.
So it's definitely going to improve his 20th place, but potentially not enough to make it to the tour. As we're getting an update, 4 riders right now, the 4 riders who are right now in the tour for next year are Timo Röshofen, Paul Danton, and Virgile Didier, followed by Juan Aracil. But we still have 3 riders in the start gate: Nemo Planier, Victor Helwitz, and Benoit Lamour. So the 4th weapon of the Les Arcs Free Ski Academy from Bourg-Saint-Maurice is Nemo Planier. Nemo Planier.
Yeah, looking for this biggest hit.
Whoa.
Was that a flip?
It was so hard to see.
I'm not sure.
Nemo also just 21 years old. So young, all those amazing French riders. They have such a bright future ahead of them.
Yeah, and he's keeping that feature that took out so many other riders.
But he has something special planned, otherwise he would not slow down like that. Yeah, the big one.
Maybe a stage 1 landing.
Stage 1 with the hands touching the snow, but keeping his ass and back way away from the snow. Unfortunately, over rotating a little bit at the backflip. The inrun's probably getting faster and faster. It's getting skied out more, so harder to actually control the speed of the rotation.
But yeah, still finding that last one.
Nemo Planier, well, he was in 18th place before the rank and over rankings, with hardly a chance to make the cut. So his 5th place in the first event in Monte Rosa is going to stay his top result of this year's Challenger Series. And ladies and gentlemen, we only have 2 more riders up there, and especially second one, Benoit Lamour, is sitting in the on 5th place in ranking. So stay tuned for amazing action as we continue here at Obertauern Freeride World Tour Challenger 2024.
And yeah, right now we can say that Timo Rolshofen is definitely qualified.
Yeah, as we said, we're getting the updates from Alice Rossetti in the back, and we just got the confirmation. With only 2 riders to go, Timo Rolshofen is the first rider to be confirmed on the Freeride World Tour in 2025. With Paul Danton, Virgile Didier, Juan Aracil, and even Mathis Fournazier still having a chance.
Yeah, Nemo here right now waiting for his score.
As I'm checking my WhatsApps for the updates on ranking, I actually got a hello from friends in Australia. I have no idea what's down there, but it's nice to see that also the Freeride community in Down Under is watching the challenges with us. Hey Neil and Vaughn, greetings to Down Under. Hope to see you back here in Europe next year.
Yeah, we go up to the circuit again, where we have our next competitor, Victor Halewood. Always a good call for some big, massive sand, I would say.
Yeah, sometimes I have a feeling that Victor still needs to find that right mixture between genius and madness. Like, we have seen him doing the most amazing moves. I remember him doing a 360 over like 25 meters of cliffs in Freeride World Tour Qualifier in Google a few years ago.
Yeah, starting off with a super clean 360 there.
He rides a lot with Paul Danton, who is currently qualified. Takes the alternative floater. I think that's a very smart move. Yeah. Just keep that feature that took out so many riders. A 3 of
and
the
a 360 over this one.
Wow, and he has enough capacity to correct the angle of his GoPro after this impact. It's amazing. I would be happy to come down alive. And here comes the backflip. Oh, he slided already, so not the most perfect run, but he does it in his feet, and he's one big more booted to go. Wow, almost landing right atop the bush. Victor Hellwoods with not a great run.
Yeah, that was a solid run. Tricking that other feature that all the others went only straight so far was definitely not easy. Like slight troubles on the landing, I would say, maybe a stage 2, but still holding his composure. His head was still up, so he's definitely gonna gain some points with this jump.
Yeah, maybe not enough to scratch on the podium. That's still covered with Juan Aracil with 88 points, Alex Hackl right behind with 87, and Maxime Pesset with 86. That's to crack the podium for Victor Hellwoods. I like the 360 up there. Like, I think all the riders that did that really get my respect. Not easy to take it. Look how he breaks into the snow, but still managed to ski on. And to do a 360 here, wow. It's not steep at all, that landing, is it?
No, it's definitely one of the flatter landings. Also this one, if you go that far.
It's so interesting that we have, 21 of the world's best skiers there, and they go to so similar lines. You would think that this face has so many options. Yes, it does, but to show their best performance, obviously, they all get to the conclusion that this line, right, is the one where they can show what they can do the best.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of features possible, but you always want to connect a full line top to bottom. And yeah, to find features that you can link together is always not an easy task, and that's maybe why we have seen most of the riders in the central part of the venue.
And there's only so many mountains on in the world that host freeride competitions, like the Bec de Ros, for example, right? Where one mountain supports an almost endless amount of lines that can be the potential winning line of a competition.
And also after 28, I don't want to say something wrong, 27 or 28 years.
82 for Victor in 5th place. So the judges respected his performance. No major deductions for Lansing. So I think he'll be stoked about that, because the season did not always go the way he wanted. So he now sits on the 4th or 5th, but also fortunate on the 17th and the 21st. So we are down to the last rider of the men's ski category. And ladies and gentlemen, Benoit Lamour. He won the first event in Monte Rosa. He then crashed in Kitzsteinhorn. He managed to be 10th in Avoria. So still a very alive chance for him to qualify for next year. But this run has to be a good one. And contrary to most other riders, he will be 30 years old in November. So the oldest skier on the tour, on the Challenger Tour, will still a chance to qualify. Going for a big backflip. No! Benoit, what you doing? He had it together, goes for a backflip at the most difficult takeoff in the face, and I thought he had it together. But then what happened? There goes the dreams of the Freeride World Tour 2025. Oh, Benoit, I was so hoping for the old man.
I actually think he's still in the game.
You think so?
I'm not 100% sure, but we're gonna get the overall rankings quickly, and then we're gonna tell you.
Oh, Timo Rosov being qualified. And then we have Paul Anton, Virgile Dier, Juan Arcil, Mathis Fournissier, and Benoit Lamour fighting for the other 4 spots. But who's going to be among the lucky 3?
Yes,
Benoit putting down a backflip, but he had a second issue, right? A second tough landing. So that's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, he probably has to rely on all his other results if he wants to qualify. He needs to improve at 21st is
but only
his last result.
Only 3 out of 4 results count. So for him, that will be the first of Kitzsteinhorn, the 10th of Avoria, and then potentially this one.
Yeah.
So if this one is now a 12th, 14th, rather than a 4th or 5th, that might just do it. Look at this. He covers his eyes with his hands. He knows the chance was there. Whoa.
He's still lucky to didn't lose his ski there.
Oh. Yeah, he will get a normal score, but obviously there'll be major deductions. Let's look at the landing of this. How can he do a backflip up the Wale? There is no takeoff for a backflip. It's like, it's going downhill. So he lands it like
just
maybe a tiny bit.
A little bit short.
Yeah.
A little bit less airtime than he expected there. But yeah, he also always likes the challenging takeoffs for backflips.
Benoit Lamour, yeah, 35, 33. So that's going to be, it's not going to be a throw result, but it's going to be only a 16th place at 30 result. Oh, he is very, very angry. And he only has another 10 years to go compared to the kids, so another 20. So we are waiting for the final rank. Here it is. This is your result for today. Winner of the day, representing Andorra, Juan Aracil with 88 points. Alex Hackel from the US in second with 87. And then a French double back, Maxime Pesset rounding up the podium with 86, and Virgile Dier in 4th. Victor Haywards claiming 5th for Switzerland ahead of Maxime Mann for Germany on 6th place. France again on place 7 and 9, Maximilien Michel and Hugo Troubard. And Timo Rooshofen on 8th. That should be enough for the tour. As we're looking towards the second half of the field, Michi Strauss, the Austrian, finishing 13th. And And Benoit Lemour almost heartbroken with a 6th in place. But what we're waiting now is the next tableau. We want to see who is qualified for next year's Freeride World Tour, because that's what it was all about. Oh.
And
All right.
we already have our first female competitor
Well,
of the day.
before we announce our females, we did get the final ranking of this year's Challenge Series. We don't have it on display, but I'll give it to you right now. Qualified for next year's Freeride World Tour 2025 from Germany, Timo Rolshofen. From France, Virgile Didier. From Andorra, Juan Arasil. And from France, Mathis Fournazier. That's the top 4 who are going to be competing at next year's Freeride World Tour with you, Vale Reiner.
Yeah.
And wow. Oh, happiness and joy, tears, all mixed up here. I'm sure we have 4 guys who are going to party like hell today, and some others who might go home disappointed, but well, that's part of the sport, right?
Yeah, and that's definitely also a dream for those 4 to come true. I remember when I first qualified, I was also full of emotions because, yeah, I always dreamed of competing on the Freeride World Tour. It's just, yeah, the highest league.
It's the top league, and that's where everyone wants to go to. Also, the skier girls, which you're going to see in the start right away. My heart's been broken for Benoit Lemour, but that story's over. We're looking now forward to the ski girls, the ski women category. A super international field here. Too fast for us to go through the list, but we already have our first golden start gate, and the sun is working on the snow, so the organizers want to keep going as fast as they can. Who also wants to leave me is Vale Reiner. I think we have Timmy Schröder ready for co-commentating. So
yeah, Timmy Schröder is right now waiting to take my spot in commentating, and yeah, I will say thank you. I wish you all a nice show, and yeah, have fun.
Vale, it was great to commentate with you, and all the best to Sarah Bacher, your girlfriend, who's going to be in the start gate in a couple of minutes. Toi, toi, toi. There goes Vale. You can wave. Okay, next time. All good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the show must go on, and it does go on with the ski women category. Kelly Berton from France, our first ski girl, 23 years old, and currently 7th in the ranking. We have 2 spots for giveaway. Only the first 2 riders in the women's ski and also in the snowboard man category are qualifying for next year's tour. So that's a very hard fight, so to say, in those categories. Third ski women at the start. 5 can still qualify for the tour, but we only have 2 spots. So let's check out if who are those 5 who can still qualify. Big air by Kelly Berton. Unfortunately, she can't stick it. The skis are still on her feet, but that was a major impact. We say welcome to Timmy Schröder. Hi, Timmy.
What's up, Flo?
Thanks for joining me in the commentator booth for the next 3 categories.
Of course, it's a pleasure. Love to be in here with you and watch this amazing show. It's been a great day out here and super sunny, great vibes, nice people.
Well, it was a pleasure to watch you on the Freeride World Tour this year. I think with 3 third places and eventually finishing 4th overall. It was really great. Not bad for a rookie season on the tour.
I really enjoyed it. It's a good time out there and I just tried to make the best out of it, enjoy it. And just like those riders, I'm really excited to watch the show today. It's going to be amazing. Snow is a bit difficult to ride maybe because it's a bit punchy and slushy, but we've seen that you can go get away with it for sure.
Yeah, here's Timmy, wave it to the camera, Timmy Schröder.
What's up, guys?
After we saw Kelly Berton coming down here, she's all smiles, her run is done for the day.
Yeah, big ups to Kelly for sending such a huge backflip. Here we have the replay.
Yeah, sorry Kelly for not giving you all the credits during your run. Yeah, beautiful with the V skis. Wow, that was quite far, like a lot further than most of the male skiers went.
That was amazing.
That was amazing.
There was a lot of commitment for that last run. That's already a little bit punched out now from all the butt checks that we had in there from the ski men. Nevertheless, great commitment, and I hope she's going to be happy with that one. I believe she is. She's all smiling in the bottom. And I think she's just happy to commit it to her run and just follow through.
Yeah, Kelly did not have a chance to qualify anymore for next year's World Tour, so she could do this run really free in her mind, right? Without any pressure.
Let's look at the points. Give a little wave here at the camera.
So 45 for Kelly, and one more time the advice for anyone watching at home. If you want to have the live scoring and the list of the riders with their scores, just go to liveheats.com. That's www.liveheats.com and enter Freeride World Tour in the association you're looking for, and then look for this event. It's the Freeride World Tour Challenger Obertauern 2024, and then you click, in this case now, on the ski women on results, and you have a list of riders as they're ranked after coming into the finish.
Which is now Jenna Keller from Switzerland. She's riding out of Verbier, coming out of Le Chable.
And Jenna is third in the overall rankings right now. So if she wins today, she is qualified for next year's Freeride World Tour. If she's anything worse than 7th, she's not. If she's between ranks 2 and 7, maybe. So she definitely
Jenna
has to go all in.
Already given a little first hit here, starting off her run really well, following through with another one. That was beautiful.
And I hope she does, like Vale Reiner said this morning, you don't think about scores, points, ranks, results, just ski as well as fast as you can, and then you do your best riding.
Which Jenna is definitely doing right here. Beautiful top section, following up in the middle section with a nice entry air, lining up her last, or one of the next features here. What has she got? Oh, lining it up. Yeah, that's beautifully stomped. And the last one, doing a 3. Oh my God, Jenna's sending it out here. I really love that run. That was really beautiful from the top to bottom.
And she's going for the last Buddha, which I think is a little tricky because you have those bushes down there. It's not easy to go around those.
Right on, Jenna. That was beautiful.
Super fluid. Yeah, putting freestyle in there and cliff drops were a very complete one. But she knows she is competing with Mia McNabb and Lena Kohler for those precious 2 tickets. So the pressure is on, but she did very, very well, just showing her best skiing.
In my impression, that was really complete run from top to bottom. It's important in this free ride that you have that you don't make it boring at any point, and Jenna definitely didn't do that. She was sending it, was beautifully stomped, everything super in control, putting in a little extra freestyle there on the back on the last hit, or the second last.
Exactly. Well, she skis in Obertauern in the free ski club of Belleville, and all she wants to do is
here we got the replay of the 3. Finding a new entry into that one because she knew there was some bump holes below that from the skiers. That was very smart of her. I'm really excited for her to see how many points she gets, because for me that was a really good complete run, putting everything in there and following it through with style and speed.
I think so too. Yeah, definitely. Oh, well, we hear the background, the sound's getting louder, the vibe's getting better. Yeah, people are chilling out. There's beers, there's sausages, there's sponsor equipment to be tested. I think this is a great public area here. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Oh, I was having already the honor to chill out here for a while, and I'm taking off my hoodie now because it is very hot in here.
Yeah.
People are enjoying the vibes. It's super sunny. It's April. We're just out here having beers and enjoying the vibe.
81.33 for Jenna Keller. That's a super solid score for the very supported girl.
Amazing. I think that's going to be a bit hard to beat for the next riders coming up. Who's in the start gate, Flo?
And I'm sorry, of course, Jenna is not from Obertauern. She lives in Le Jabel and comes from Morgine and rides in Verbier. Sorry, Jenna, that was a mistake. I was in the wrong line. We have Lou Barin from France in the start gate. 25 years old, and she is currently 4th in the ranking.
Dropping in, rider on course.
So only 1st or 2nd place for Lou would potentially give it a chance to still qualify for the tour, but even then she would need the right order of the other riders. But she knows 1st or 2nd, so I'm pretty sure she's going to go all in on this one.
Having a little tree tap on her first hit. Take a lot of speed for the second one. I like that. The top section is kind of tricky. You really only have 2 options.
And does the change the snow change a lot because it's a very different exposure up there compared to the rest of the venue?
The snow was all around very soft in all the exposures, but I'm sure on this more sun-affected part it is getting really soft and deep now, which doesn't help.
Passing by our ski routes, which are ready at any time to help if any skier or snowboarder should be in trouble during his run.
Setting up another one, collecting a double.
Almost looked like she was going to go for triple, but no, she's out of plans and going way skiers right.
Another little popper here, setting it up for another bigger one. What she got? Lou is setting up another one. Stomping that one too.
Oh, that stomp was amazing. Super centered on her skis. That's what we like to see, going for the backflip.
Oh my God! Is that a flat spin? Lou going for the flat spin. Unfortunately, eating a little bit there in the slushy landing. But I love the commitment of the girls today. They're really up for the challenge, for the challenger, trying to get into the Freeride World Tour. And she's going for another 3. The level is through the roof today. You can see that Lou was taking a bit more conservative at the top because she was planning to go big in the bottom, and she did that for sure. She'll be happy around her run, I think, even though there was a crash, because committing to those things here in the freeride when you've never hit a venue before, that really takes a lot of experience.
Lou Barin from Val Thorens, as well as Timmy Schroeder from Innsbruck, going through the roof at the same time. Timmy, so stoked to have you here with all the emotion and the commentating. That's what we want, and we want action like we just saw from Lou, going for it. I thought she was going to go for a flat spin, for a backflip, but it was more a flat spin, obviously.
Yeah, I think she was grabbing that too. That was super stylish. I love it. I think this venue generally is not the steepest compared to other venues, so you got to really go with the freestyle here. She's got a replay of the big hit in the middle section.
With a good stomp, and there we go. Yeah, you're right. That was the flat spin. And actually got it all the way around.
A little bit late. Yeah, she's taken off late, still got it around. Here's the 3, left side. Loving it, stomping it out. Congrats to Lou, even though maybe she's not super happy because of the little control issues there in the landing, but I think she should be stoked, and she looks like that too, because putting those tricks out here is not easy.
No, for sure not.
All right, Lou waiting for her score now here in the finish area. Lou going out with 55 points, putting her second for now. This is the 3rd rider, so we still have a bunch of people to go, like Jakoba Kriechmeier from Austria, who's now in the start gate.
Jakoba has been competing on the qualifiers until quite a while ago. Decided then to call it quits for comps, but she's still a great freerider, and she received the local wildcard in the ski women category today. And let's see what she makes of it.
Is she an Obertauern local, you know?
Well, she rides here a lot. And what's interesting is same is true for her as it was for Michi Strauss. So if no matter what her result is, she's not going to take any points into the overall ranking, but she could take away the win and the prize money.
And also good on her for still doing it and coming out here to send it on her local mountain.
Exactly.
She's taken the Lucas right, which has not been hit so many times today.
Yeah, Obertauern has a huge freeride community, but not a very competitive one. It seems the mountains are here so great that the locals just like to ride and not go anywhere else to compete or compare with others.
Yeah, but let's see what Jakoba's got here in the bottom part. She's setting up something big, it seems. Looking at the takeoff one more time just to make sure, maybe. Oh, yeah. She's probably been here a bunch of times and knows the area.
That's what she was looking for. There we go.
Making short work of it. I was talking to Benji Pichler, who's also a great rider. Nice, Jakoba, sorry. For Benji Pichler, who's also a great rider, unfortunately injured this year. Otherwise, he'd be on the competition too. And he's kind of scared that there are too many people going to know about this awesome venue here and about the awesome snow conditions in Obertauern, which there usually is, and that it's going to be too crowded. I think, Benji, you're probably right, because after seeing the mountains here, probably a lot of people think it's probably worth to check it out here.
But the mountains here are so huge. If you're ready to hike 30 minutes, I think you have an endless amount of faces of all the different exposures to ride from. And that's they have a very long season too. And it starts early December and it's still going for another 10 days from today.
Yeah, that's amazing, but also probably we should stop talking about it so Benji doesn't get pissed at me. Shout out to Benji Pichler, skiing here on one ski today because his one other leg is injured.
That is very funny.
Right on, Jakoba.
we're gonna ski on one snowboard together because I didn't bring my snowboard and we have to ski down from the upper ski back to the car, I heard. So there'll be some interesting variations today.
I'll
People
probably
on
take
one
you on my
skis
back.
or two on one snowboard.
We're gonna do a backflip. You on my back?
For sure.
Is that a double backflip if you're on my back and I do a backflip with you?
That's double backflip. The only problem, Tim, with you, it's staying serious.
That is not really one of my traits, but I'm trying my best here.
No, Timo Schroeder, one of the most relaxed riders on the Freeride World Tour. We drove here together yesterday from Innsbruck, and it was reggae for all the 3 hours of the drive. Full on, really nice vibe in that car. Jakoba Griechmeier, 53 points for the Austrian local who made a comeback.
Putting her
to
in
free
third
riding.
for now.
Yep. So she was talking about that as we're looking to our another, but this time the last member of the Les Arcs Freeski Club, Mia McNabb from France, and she does it in second place overall.
Oh, that's definitely contender for the Freeride World Tour coming out of Bourg Saint-Maurice, dropping in and rider on course.
She is,
Mia
but-
McNabb, what have
But
we got?
only a victory today can secure her ticket, because if she finishes second, third, or whatever else, and Lena Kohler from Germany is on one of the first 4 spots, then she's being pushed back to.
She's making short work of her upper section. She knows she's got to be fast in these conditions
And she
because
is
the
fast.
snow is stoppy, which she's totally following through.
Oh, I'm sure all of Les Arcs is now glued to the screen. Bienvenue à tout le monde, Les Arcs. Vous êtes là?
Bonjour, ça va, ça va?
Ça va, ça va.
À toutes. Mia coming in now to the middle section, looking for her entrance, making another drop there into the main chute on the Lucas left, coming into the next one.
Going for the
Backflip!
backflip.
Oh my God, Mia!
What
It is
stop.
on today. What did they give them here today?
And I think we even saw a small claim there, just raising her thumbs a
And-
little bit. So stoked she was to
Yeah, she's
put it
stomping
down
this
there
one
so
down.
clean. Super clean run by Mia McNabb.
What do
Wow.
you think, Flo? I think that's for sure, out of the 5 riders that we've seen so far, a really strong contender for the top spot.
Well, it's either Jenna Keller or Mia McNabb, that's for sure. But 81.33, that's a hard score to beat.
For sure, but the way she did it was really flawless. She didn't have any control issues, making short work at the top, getting a couple of features in the middle, and then sending a huge Becky in the end.
Timmy, you can make as many predictions on judging I want. I'll just say it was a great run, and she'll be either first or second. I think that to say that because all the other 3 girls did have troubles. Only her and Jenna Keller did not, so she's going to be up there.
Well, it's hard to put my
Right
money
now.
on anyone at this point because I've been in the Challenger myself, and I know all of the riders here have got what it takes to get into the tour.
Look at this super clean backflip and that landing. And you saw the claim?
Yeah, I
love
saw the claim because she definitely stomped that. Right on, Mia.
It's not often that you see a rider claim something during a run because he's so focused on her features. So beautiful to see the emotion of Mia McNabb in the middle of her run. She is stoked, and so are we.
My heart was racing when she was coming up to that last one. Like a boss. Mia McNabb now waiting for the score to come in. Friends all around supporting her out of France.
Oh, is it Jenna staying in the lead, or is Mia McNabb almost 78.33? That's only 3 points behind Jenna.
All
But
right.
that's a big claim for her, a big step towards Freeride World Tour 2024-25 qualification. Strong run.
We got Megan Beton, who's been on the tour actually this year. And she is a very nice person, really great rider, skiing in Chamonix, doing the very steep stuff. So I don't know if she's gonna like this venue too much. It's not the steepest, so probably she's gonna show us a little bit of freestyle. But let's see, she's dropping in and she's coming in hot.
She is definitely a chamoignard, as they call it, yeah. Ready for the steeps and deeps around the Aiguille de Midi.
She's part of the YRC Freeride Club, I believe, and she's setting it up into the steep area at top, getting a little air in already.
And her Instagram is always full of pictures where she's smiling and performing whatever kind of sports, be it surfing, kite surfing, biking, or whatever. Just an super overall sporty girl. Where?
She is probably
There.
just a general overall mountain boss, and that's why she can do all of it. As long as it's in the mountain and it's going downhill, she is probably very, very experienced in that, and maybe even uphill. I think she's a good climber as well. I'm not sure on that. Well, you know, she's going over to all the way to the Lucas left because doing the stuff that everybody does down the middle is not her style at all. She's trying to do something creative, trying to do something new, and I don't see any tracks there.
Wow.
Setting up a
What
big
is
one.
she planning?
Oh, yes,
air
nice
by
Megan.
Megan.
Going over the little fish mouth there.
And it looks like where she's going now, there is not really any exit except for right through the hourglass. But Tim chooses to go over next cliff.
Getting caught up on the tree there or the little bushes.
One of her
Unfortunate.
skis stopping and sending her in a tumble over the cliff. Wow.
Landing a little bit on the side. I hope she's not injured, but it looks like she's just coming out of it with speed. Little slush landing there. She's not injured at all. She looks like she's got it. Coming in for the last drop. Right on, Megan. That was really cool. Nice to see a new line all the way on the Lucas left.
Super creative, and the size of the cliff was also exceptional. Wow. Really sorry for that mistake. I wonder what happened, if it was a little tree bush or a rock that kind of ate at one ski.
I think she wanted to pop off, and then the moment that she wanted to pop off, she was actually on the grass already, and then she slipped off the inner ski.
That's what we're talking about in the morning when Vali was still here, that the pre-popping is kind of essential today, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to have any like late takeoffs.
Yeah, especially because when the snow is so slow, it's kind of hard to know at what point you're going to have to go straight to get the speed to go down.
Wow, obviously Megan Beton from Chamonix with that mistake ruling her out as a contender for this year's for next year's FWT World Tour, but showing great performance. Yeah, I think she rode the grass really, and it just stopped that ski.
I think she was trying to pop it off the grass to get over the rocks. That was a really cool line though, because I don't believe there's anyone who's gone that much far left. Getting a 35-point score here. She's probably not going to be that happy about it, but I think that was cool because creative lines are definitely one of the things that I want to see more here. Even though it is kind of hard on this venue. It's very wide and not very long, so it's hard to connect features.
Yeah, that's true. Well, one girl that does know how to connect features is Ulla Gio. Lives in Innsbruck, and she had an up and down on this year's Challenger Series. In Monte Rosa, she had the winning run, and then she crashed about 20 minutes before the finish in the flats. Then she got second in Kitschot. She's an upward movement, but Averiat's pushing it back to 11th place again. So she's just going to go all in, she said, going for a fun run, moving away all the thoughts of points in qualification.
She is a ski teacher and a ski teacher. I don't know how you say that in English, but she teaches ski teachers how to become a ski teacher, and you definitely see that in her style. She's got it. She's solid on the skis.
And instructor.
Oh, a lot of speed. Oh my God, Ola, that was a crazy transfer. Love it. And coming in with heat.
And landing super center, taking a lot of risks there. Wow, Ola on fire in her run here today.
Okay, setting up the next one. What you got?
Speed
super
check,
controlled.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she's not done yet. She's coming into what for some people has been the Heartbreak Hotel. Taking it straight.
Shifty.
Smart, Ola, smart. Holding it together. No! Going a little
Ola,
switch
what
there.
are you doing? Almost the same.
That was a heater run.
Same as in Monte Rosa. Her right foot very, very much twisted. Oh, I hope she's fine there. She landed that, she jumped really far, landed it, and then what happened?
I think she was just having a little trouble there in the wet snow. Getting the inner ski caught a little bit. Just not her style at all, usually.
Well, being an instructor, he definitely has the technique. But obviously, FWT competition and ski teaching is two pairs of shoes.
Yeah, for sure. But Ola is coming in so hot there over that first little corner and taking so much speed. I really like that. Ola from Austria.
Thank you, Ola, for a great show. The boot up there was amazing. She floated forever.
Giving hugs on the finish line. She's still stoked. I know Ola a little bit, and I think she takes it pretty lightly, to be honest. She knows she got it, and if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. It's part of the game. Can't hate the player, you can only hate the game.
Let's look at this jump again. Flying there for a solid 20 meters.
Almost front punching there.
And then look, also here, there was a solid jump, and then she skis, and all of a sudden does that.
With those poppy airs, I feel like sometimes it's even easier to throw in a trick than to go straight, and Ola just went straight and held it together really nicely.
Well, anyway, Ola, thank you for being part of Freeride Academy Innsbruck, help supporting the young kids on their way to potentially being a FWT World Tour Challenger rider. But you have to change something. 2 out of 4 challenges, you're falling in the flats. We have to work on that.
Well, you know, as part of the game, as an instructor, as a coach, you have to show the kids what not to do, which is even more important than to show them what to do.
Well,
She showed today both, I would say.
48 points. Well, Villa puts her in 5th place right now. Well, Timmy, you're never shy of words. That's great. And who's not shy of maybe winning a ticket to Freeride World Tour is Lena Kohler from Germany. Look at her results. 3 challenges done and 117 her rankings. She is ahead of the pack, leading the pack with a solid lead of almost 1,000 points ahead of Mia McNabb.
Coming in, taking it very little here because she knows she's got something lined up a little bit later on. I was talking with her about her line yesterday, and it was looking really gnarly. She's getting into it right now.
You were talking to her about a line a long time.
Sending it over the transfer.
Skis like it was the men's category ski going on. We did even the ski man category. We did not see a lot of riders hit that air up the shade. So she could probably, switch back 1 gear and go down with 85% and still have a great run.
Lena is a really solid rider who's got everything in the bag. She can do tricks, she can go steep, she can go stump it big, she can go stump it small, but she mainly goes big, which she's going to prove here. Oh my God, right into the gully. That's kind of hard to redirect right after. Coming in for that.
Well, there hasn't been a goal from Germany Freeride World Tour for a while.
Taking it small, which is maybe not a bad idea if you're sitting in first spot and you got to secure.
Well, and she did an amazing top part, right? So she doesn't need to go crazy that bottom part.
And sending in the last one. She went super fast. I'm a big fan of Lena coming out of Germany. I think we're going to need some more German riders on the tour next year. And I have a feeling she's going to make it into the tour. But let's see about that.
Well,
because we still got a couple of girls in there who got a little bit to talk to her about that. And they want to sneak the win off of her. Coming into the finish, giving us a little heart there. She looks anticipating the score for sure.
Exactly.
That was, as a German myself, I can say we are sometimes very tactical about things, and especially when we know we have the chance to win the Freeride World Tour ticket, which is extremely hard. Oh my God, that was sick. Did you see that?
Yeah,
that transfer was huge.
I'm getting very tactical here, communicating with our Elise Ronchetti in the back. It's going to sending us an update in a second. Once she did the math to see how it's looking between Jenna Keller, Mia McNabb, and Lena Kohler.
Well, my fingers are definitely crossed, if I can say that here, because Team Germany sending it so far with Max Hitzig in the tour, it's not looking too bad, and I'm sure Lena could do the same if she gets into it. So Lena now anticipating the score. She knows she. What's the situation with Lena? What's her what rank does she have to get in?
Well, anything among 1st, 2nd, 3rd or 4th will automatically give her a ticket for next year's tour. Anything behind that, it's still action. 75.66 puts her in 3rd place. At the moment she is qualified, but there's a lot of buts.
There's 5 more riders
there's
to
5
come.
more buts up there. So it could push her back all the way to 8th place. So the tension is still high.
Actually, there's 6 more, so that's going to make it super hard for Lena. Let's see how this is going to turn out. Next one in the gate, Zanna Farrell from Australia. Nope, I'm wrong about that?
I think we have Senna, Elizabeth, Eva, Mila, and Petra.
So this is Zanna Farrell from Australia, though. She is a sender. I've talked to her today. She is already very big vibes. Singing to Spin Me Right Round today, so let's see if she's gonna spin it right round over some cliffs here.
And when she heard she was gonna be qualified for the challenges, she said, I was shocked. I would have to compete with all those crazy faces, all those crazy riders. Well, she seems really comfortable in the most crazy part of the face up there. Typically coming from Thredbo, Australia. I don't think they have cliffs there at all.
I think they have a big park though.
Yeah,
so
they do.
Maybe not skiing on snow is kind of her maybe she's good at not skiing on snow, but maybe on grass, but since she's always in the park.
It's a long way from Thredbo to Obertauern. She did it, and she did well. Amazing top part, same as Lena Kohler going extreme. And now we're waiting for action in the middle part.
She doesn't look like a park skier at all. She looks like she's a great technique. Big one. Oh, stomping that. Almost getting a little bit in front there, but still holding it together. Another one, grabbing that. Is that a safety grab?
Awesome double combination. Safety grab or not, it was a grab.
It's definitely not an indie.
Well, Timmy, I'm learning from you. I've been snowboarding now for, let me count, 40 years. And you told me yesterday that there's 24 ways to take off with your snowboard. I didn't know that.
Well, Flo, you've not really been known for doing crazy spins on the tour either, so maybe that explains a lot.
Maybe.
Very known for doing big lines and sending it hard though, so that's all right.
25 years ago, it was not necessary to do tricks to win a freeride competition. Nowadays, it definitely is, or at least go as mad as. Sana Farrell from Australia did this run. I really like that run.
Yes. Oi, 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 oi. She sent it. I really like that run too, especially the top section was great. In the bottom section, it looks like she was almost going over the skis, but holding it together like a boss. Getting a little tree tap there in the top.
And look at this one.
Oh, damn.
Wow, showing some legs there at the landing and getting it together quickly because that next air is so close to it.
Getting a lot of pop, little safety grab there. I think she's doing the squats.
Flying over the landing tracks off the skiers. I like that part especially. Well, for first place, she needs 81.33. Mia's in second with 78. Lena, 75 on third place. That's all going to be super close here.
Sana sending out greetings to all across the world, to the other side of the world, basically from Austria to Australia. Sometimes a bit confusing, but there's not a lot of kangaroos here. All right.
Well,
Sana,
hard to believe that Sana was on the last place of the women's field so far, because the way she rode today, you would think she should have podiumed on each and every single other challenger this year.
I would definitely think so. But let's see what the judges have to say about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, Freeride World Tour Challenger 2024 in Obertauern. The last one, it's crunch time. We are giving away a total of how many is it? 9 tickets for next year's Freeride World Tour. 2 of those in the women's skiing field. And Sana Farrell is not in the race anymore for a ticket for next year's Freeride World Tour, but she's running the race for a big winner's check of today.
It is super tough to be in this competitive field, especially when you only the top 2 qualify. You basically have to go for the win every time.
Yeah, but you have to think that we have the region Americas as well, and there's also people qualifying, and then there's 1 or 2 wildcards. So that replaces pretty much half of the field in the women's skiing category for next year. That's why there's only 2 tickets here available today.
Definitely.
I like it that the judges take their time, gives us time to breathe and stretch and slow down a little bit before the action continues. Lena thinks the same, opening up his ski boots to relieve the pressure.
Just like the people in the finish area here seem to have a great time out here in Obertauern. The judges here on the roof of the gondola, or of the chairlift. Definitely getting a little bit of a heat here. They don't have a tent, which probably at the end of the categories they're going to have a harder time to judge because they're already baked on the head.
That's
but
true.
Sometimes as a rider you think they're baked in the head anyway, so let's see what they got.
Well, you know, it's not really fair to say that because our judges are really among the most experienced in the world and they're giving it all they have. And like this one, you can tell now by the time it takes, they are revising the run. That means they're reviewing it on video to make sure they got everything right. And then they compare it with the other riders, with the other lines, with the jumps the others did to make sure the score is right.
That's for sure, but I would definitely... Oh, coming in second with 79.33 points, Jennifer from Australia, showing us how it's done and how to stomp in these crazy conditions.
How close is that? Jenna Keller, 81 points. Sarah Farrell, 79 points. Mia McNabb, 78. Within 3 points, we have our top 3 riders as the show continues with Eva Bartela from Switzerland.
Is it not Elizabeth Marina Villanova from Spain? Coming out of
right
Barcelona? I think that is correct. Riding usually in Becerra Barret, where they didn't have a great season so far. At least that's why the Freeride World Tour got cancelled there. But Elizabeth Marina Villanova coming in very hot and saying hola to the people out there.
How could I have jumped over the girl with the most beautiful name on the tour, Elizabeth Marina Villanova? Bienvenidos a la competición aquí a Obertauern in Austria.
It is un sendero coming in very hot. Probably sendero means hiker, so maybe not sure about my Spanish here.
Muy rápido en primera parte del face. I don't know how to translate face into Spanish.
They probably say face as well. Coming in now to the middle section, lining up a medium-sized air and going straight to the next one. I think Elizabeth Marina Villanova will probably know how to stand it really good in these slushy conditions because in Spain they have a lot of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, both events this year on the Iberian Peninsula in Spain and Andorra had to be cancelled because of unsuitable snow conditions.
Coming in for the last one, backflip, stomp. jumping it, but little butt check after can't hold it together because a little bit of over rotation there, not too much, but sending it big into where all the ski man has already put in a big bum hole.
And I'm so stoked and so stoked for and full of
Come
respect for the
another
girls. Threes,
going over the
backflips,
bars.
amazing cliff bars, girls. You rock. You absolutely rock.
I love this show today. It's been crazy to watch in the first place, but I think out of the... How many riders have we got already? 10 riders in the ski girls. I don't know for sure, but probably like 5 of them sent a backflip. Or at least, I think at least a trick. Some of them were flat spins, some of them were threes, and some of them were just crazy air stomps straight to their feet.
Well, you know, maybe if result-wise, Elisabeth's season didn't go as planned, she made it to the challenges. She's among, you know, the 20 best freeride girls on this planet, and I think it's great to watch how they progress every year and how, especially in conditions like this, they show what they can do. Backflip 360s and amazing cliff jumps. So stoked to see the girls send it.
Yes, I agree with that 100%. It's been going through the roof, the level in the last years. It's been progressing a lot, and you can see that in every competition.
Exactly.
Doing a nice top air here, coming into the last one here, throwing a huge backflip. Just a little bit, I think it was just a bum hole. She didn't even over-rotate much. And going a little bit on the butter and then going around and going switch out of that. So big ups for sending. Sender's gonna send, respect it.
28.67 for Marina, and I give you a quick update. We have Jenna Keller from Switzerland in green. That means she is qualified for next year's Freeride World Tour. We can confirm that already.
Congrats, Jenna.
But the battle is on between Mia McNabb and Lena Koller. It all depends on the runs of the last 2 riders, Mila Delarue and Petra Olsen.
But for now, it's Eva Batola from Switzerland coming straight out of Verbier. So she definitely has a lot of experience. I've been riding together with her in the Challenger and the qualifiers for a long time. She's a really nice person, sending it always big time. So let's see what she's got today.
Eva Batola, 25 years old from Switzerland, won a 4-star event in Japan this year. And 2 years ago in Montafon. So Austria, she knows how to win in Austria. Maybe she can repeat that today.
Yeah, her favorite mountain is the Montgelée in Verbier. I don't know if you skied it, but it's really steep.
Oh, we even had a Freeride World Tour final on the Montgelée once.
Okay, but it's definitely way steeper than this, so
yeah.
Probably she's not really used to these flat faces, where she has to probably put in a little bit more freestyle as the other girl, sure. Coming into a big drop down. Straight to the feet.
How was that landing? So solid.
Coming into the big hit. I think that's a lead safety grab here. Sorry for my snowboarder knowledge. I'm not really that good with skiing tricks, but it was a safety grab for sure.
Well,
taking it easy at the bottom.
Same as Vale Reina was snowboarding a couple of times this season. I saw you skiing on Instagram a few days ago. It looked pretty solid.
Yeah, trying to get this movie project done with my main buddy Dino, who is a skier, and we had to switch up because we always talk shit about each other. How skiing is super easy for me and snowboarding super easy for him, which we showed is actually not that true.
Eva Batola approaching the finish line with a clean run. She's raising her hand. She's stoked. Well, we are stoked about the the ski women's performance today. A really amazing show, and the excitement is still high. We're still in the race for one more ticket to give away for the Freeride World Tour next year, and obviously for the victory of today as well.
I think what you can definitely see is that the people who have got a lot of steep, big mountain experience having maybe a little bit trouble on this phase because they don't really find what they're really good at, but the people who've done like crazy freestyle and have a freestyle background have got an easier time getting score here.
Yeah, well, there's, you know, you have to be a very complete rider if you want to make it to the very top, which is the Freeride World Tour. And we saw it on this year's Freeride World Tour, especially on the last event on the back to us, that you can only be at the top of the podium these days if you combine amazing big mountain skills with amazing freestyle skills.
Yeah. If I definitely a little bit of a bit more big mountain rider, which he showed today, stomping everything to her feet and making a solid run here. Let's see what the judge is gonna think of that. 76 points, putting her in 4th place.
Wow,
right
that is
Eva.
very interesting because it pushes Lena Koller from Germany back to 5th place, and Lena is anxiously hanging on to a good result today in order to stay on the tour, because Mia McNabb is definitely place ahead of Lena. So it's all about how many riders can squeeze in between Mia and Lena to decide about the second and final ticket for next year's Freeride World Tour.
That is a lot of math that I'm definitely not able to do, but I see that they're sending it really nice and total complete effort from everybody so far, putting in big storms, big cliffs and big spins.
All right, as we see Mila Del Rey charging, I'm sure Daddy Xavier is glued to the screen. Hello, Xavier. Thanks for many great memories from Alaska to Verbier to all the world snowboarding together. And thanks for producing such a great daughter who's an amazing skier and has shown great performances this year on the Qualifier and Challenger series.
Yeah, Mila definitely a big sender. I've seen some stuff from her from the previous challenges.
She did really, she finished 5th, 6th and 8th on the Challenger Tour, so really consistent. Unfortunately, what she lacked was that one result to push her a bit further in the rankings.
What she's definitely not lacking is style, and I think even though she's a skier, she's putting in... Oh! That was sick! Right on, Mila. That was a huge backflip, stomping it like it's nothing.
So
that was
casual.
so cool. She's definitely skiing like a snowboarder. I don't mean to make it. I don't mean to put you down with that. I mean that as a very big compliment as a snowboarder myself, because that looks effortless. She's putting the backflip down like it is. She's doing it in her sleep. Mila Delarue from France, going crazy.
That's not a compliment. I think that is the biggest compliment that a rider can get from a Timmy Schroeder, number 4 in the men's snowboarding field in the world.
The style is just effortless. She's making little bunny hops on the way out. She's stoked because she just sent it and she just stomped it like it's nothing. She basically did that in her sleep, it looks like.
Oh, Timmy, I love it and I love you. It's amazing to see how stoked you are when these girls are coming down and doing such a great show. Wow.
Mila coming in here with a snowboard style, but like doing still big skier stomps.
11 goals down, and I think we've seen more backflips and threes percentage than we have seen in the men's
throwing her legs out because she knows she's got to slow it down a little bit and then just stomping it.
And we have seen a couple of men crashing right there, jumping not even as far as...
well, you can't really compare it because Mila is a crazy sender, and no matter if you're a man or woman, she's just doing it. Like, she doesn't care. She's just doing it. I love it.
Midari doesn't care. She just sends it, and if she wants to send it all the way to first place, she has to kick off Jenna Keller away from there, which is 81.33. Well, that's going to be interesting. Jenna she had an amazing top part, maybe a bit more spectacular than the one of Mila, but the bottom part of Mila was really great.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think she was just taking it like casual. She was just going down like it didn't really matter for her, and sometimes that's even the best strategy you can have.
Yeah, she's such a young rider, and I think maybe she put a bit too much pressure on herself in those first couple of comps, because I cannot remember her riding in that style she had today, so free in her mind, and it totally reflects in your skiing if you're free in your head.
Straight up shredding, doing that snowboarder style on the skis. I can only repeat that. Mila, that was great. Love to see it. Love to see you more on the tour, hopefully soon.
So if anyone is putting too much thinking in his runs and lines, well, Timmy Schroeder does it as well, but somehow when he goes through the gate, he sends it all away and just shreds, and I think that's the magic to great competition.
Mila is coming out of Verbier, probably more known to the big mountain stuff from all her family, but she's definitely not having a problem in those conditions here.
It's so amazing to see her riding. I remember staying at Xavier Delaruy's house when he was still living in Chamonix, and Mila was about half a year old, and Xavier was carrying her around in one hand everywhere. It's big hands, and it was a small girl, and now she's here herself with the best of the best, competing in amazing style.
Showing her that it can be done on the skis, because she's sitting in first place with 83 points. That was a crazy run, crazy style, crazy sending, and just making it look like it's easy, like it's nothing for her.
I said just before, she kind of lacks that one big result, and here it is. Wow. Only Petra Olsen still up at the start gate. That means she is guaranteed a second place. It will definitely be best result on the challenges, and while that might still cause some hiccups in the rankings. Whew. Petra Olsen, last skier girl on the mountain today. Tim, it's getting hot in here. I hope we get a break before the snowboard girls continue right after.
Yeah, I hope so too. We got to air out a little bit here. It's getting really hot. But that should not be a problem for Petra. She's probably not thinking about that right now, because she is hot and going in fast.
Oh, too fast,
already
almost.
Tumbling here at the top. That's unfortunate. I mean, the snow's getting hot. The more skiers go over it, the less snow there is. It's going to be even harder to get in. Now, making her way through the rocks. Petra a little hicking up on the top. That's not going to help her line too much.
No, that's really a tough one for her. I mean, if you have problems like that right at the start, it kind of matches her emotion. Though I met her this morning and said, well, she's kind of not happy with life at the moment. We didn't get into it too deep, but she was said it's just not her day, and she said it before she went up. So maybe there's something in her life that just kept her from being a happy skier today.
It's the last event of the season for everyone, to the last chance to qualify for the tour. I can imagine there's a lot of things going through your head and a lot of pressure that you want to get through.
She said she knew there was no more chance point-wise to qualify to do it. She was just going to do a smooth run, which she is.
In this case, even more big ups for coming out and sending it for us. You have a great show.
Nice, the drone angle here. She's going all the way to that skier's left. Going for
Taking
a big drop.
drop.
That's a beautiful combination there. We've only seen 3 riders in that area.
Petra making her way down, taking another drop. She doesn't seem like there's a lot more tension in her body because of that top part maybe. Coming over the wind lip, and I think she just wants to get down to grab a beer and have an after party later so she can release all that stress from the start gate.
Which I think is really smart in that case, you know. If you're not feeling it already in the morning and you have a mistake of that right start gate, then you're better off taking it easy. So if my start list is correct, then Petra Olsen was our last rider down, and she had troubles. I believe we have
she had a little trouble
correct
there,
ranking.
but there was now 13 girls down the mountain, and I think that was a crazy show. I've been in this game for like 10 years. I don't think the level has been that big. It has been that big overall, and people has just been going crazy. You see that people are getting more into tricks, more into big stumps, and even with those harsh conditions, there was no problem for most of them.
So I just got the confirmations that we have all our ladies down in the field. That means we know the rankings for today, and we also know the overall rankings in a second.
This is a big moment for a
rising.
lot of those riders out there, because some of them are going to be happy, some of them maybe not so happy, some of them are going to be more stoked for competing back on it the next season. But I'm going to be shredding with those girls next season, and what I can say is that the level is going through the roof, and the girls in the tours gotta put themselves on. When they see that, they're probably gonna think they're gonna have to practice a little bit more, maybe for next season. Now he's seen a replay of Petra Olsen. Little hiccup at the top, but still made it down the bottom. She didn't look like she was gonna make a big effort in the bottom anymore, but still followed through and looked cool.
Oh, Mila Delarue, 83 points, getting the well-deserved rookie of the day. Jenna Keller on second with 81.33, and Sanna Frey taking a podium home for Australia with 79, as we saw the score briefly for our Swedish.
I can see how the tension here in the finish area with all the people getting.
As we get the results of the day one more time, France ahead of Switzerland, ahead of Australia. That's our podium for today. Wow, stoked for all of them.
Mila Delarue in first place with an effortless run. Jenna Keller sending it big time. Just after her, not a big difference. And then Zanna Farrell from Australia on the podium.
And let's see if we're gonna get the overall rankings as well. And the 2 girls at the very top are the ones who will receive a ticket for next year's World Tour.
Mila on the shoulders.
Nice one.
Big ups to the girls for a big show. I don't think we could have asked for anything better here.
No, for sure not. Before we could ask for is a break of a couple of minutes before the show goes on.
The finish area here is getting somehow really quiet, because I think people are anxiously waiting the results to who has made it into the tour and who still has to try a couple of times.
Well, this is the start list for snowboard women. Next category, super international field, Italy, Australia, France, Austria, big mix of names. And as our first snowboard girl is in the start gate, ladies and gentlemen, I dare to tell you the 2 qualified riders for the 2025 Freeride World Tour in the ski woman categories are from Switzerland, Jenna Keller, and from Germany, Lena Kohler.
Big ups,
really
girls.
tight there, big ups. Timmy, you're
Super
going to be
stoked.
traveling with those two.
Yes.
As we're traveling down the mountain with Giulia Bottatin, Italian girl,
Living in
close
Innsbruck.
to Innsbruck. Exactly.
She's a slash team rider making really solid efforts because slash team riders are all big shredders, sending it big, and she's got a lot of style. I've been riding with Giulia a lot, and she is really one of the best riders I know out there, sending it good, getting into the top section, making 2 airs already, sending it big, going fast down on a toe side. Now going into the middle section. Let's see what Giulia Bottazin got. Slash team riders are known for having a lot of style, and Giulia is not an exception to that. She is fitting right in as she's lining up her middle air, going big popping over that side hail, catching the tranny perfectly, not getting into the grass there at all. And now she's coming down to the bottom. I heard from her that she wants to put in a lot of freestyle today, so let's see how that works out. She's just going for it, setting up the middle air, sending it and stomping it. Little butt check here, unfortunate with all the tracks, it's a bit hard to keep it together, as a snowboarder especially. Now coming into that transfer, mute grab, loving it. She's not done that though, because Giulia has got still one more hit to do, and she's approaching it right now. But decided to opt out of it, maybe it wasn't worth it, there was a lot of trees behind that. Cool run from Giulia, doing a little butter here on that slush, showing her style. And overall a really stylish run, maybe a slight little butt check control issue there, but nevertheless she sent it over a lot of pops there, stomped everything down clean. Just on the breaking of one outrun she had a little butt check, otherwise amazing, super stylish run.
Amazing snowboarding for a girl growing up somewhere between Lake Garda and Venice in the middle of nowhere in northern Italy. She definitely found her passion in the mountains, in the big freeride community in Innsbruck.
Well, Giulia is actually also a downhill skateboarder, which is really gnarly. I've tried that once and I didn't want to go back to it because it was crazy, but she doesn't seem to have any fear, as you can tell. Damn, mute grabbing here big time, getting a big pop out of that one. Coming down, happy.
Giulia, all smiles. Well, she was out of the race for a FWT World Tour ticket, so she had no pressure start gate, showed a beautiful stress-free run. 63.67 is the first benchmark of the women's snowboarding for today.
Well, 63 as a first benchmark is also making it a little bit hard for the judges, because you know the judges are making it a little bit easier when there's the first rider down, because that's the benchmark for everyone else, and it's hard to squeeze other people above or below sometimes. So 63 is kind of solid.
It is kind of solid, and it's a solid match for Briony Johnson from Australia, a second Australian girl here. She is in the women's snowboarding category. We have an Australian third place here already, so maybe that's a big motivation for Briony for some extra push as she's in the start gate.
Well, I hope she's going to do just as well as her good friend from Zana Farrell, who's already gotten on third place, I believe. Briony's trying to get on that too.
Yeah, also for Briony, there's no more chance to qualify for next year's tour, but she said she doesn't care. It was a huge adventure to be here on the challenges, and she's just looking forward to one more great run and a big season goodbye party afterwards here in Obertauern, which has one of the best after skis in the world, in case anyone doesn't know yet.
I don't know yet. This is my first time in Obertauern, but I'm really keen to find out.
So, Timmy, let me tell you, the après ski in Obertauern is amazing.
All right. Well, so far the vibe has been really great. All smiles, a lot of good vibes around here with the sun. People are just enjoying the show, and what a show it was.
What a show it was. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this event today and you want to know the live scores at all times, just open your computer or open another tab and go to www.liveheats.com, enter FIS Freeride World Tour, and then look for the Freeride World Tour Challenger in Obertauern. Then you click on Snowboard Women and results, and you have the results of this category in real time here at all times as you're watching the event on another tab.
Briony Johnson now in the start gate, coming out of Australia, in her home mountain is Mount Hotham. Shout out to all the people over there. This is one of the only mountains where you start actually at the top and you can only go down. I've been there myself. A lot of gum trees, very fun to ride. Big park, and also actually a lot of free ride for what you can have in Australia, I guess.
Well, a well-traveled girl, Brioni. She was already in Japan this year, finishing second at the 4-star qualifier. So she's not shy of podiums at all.
Yeah, she definitely had to hike up a little bit today, which probably is weird for you if you're coming out of a resort where you can only go down. But lining up her first air here and stomping it effortlessly, now sliding out of it.
Is it powder up there and that below the start? It looks
Definitely
really powderish.
not powder, definitely very slushy, hard, wet snow, which doesn't seem to bother Brioni at this point.
It seems the snow is a bit slower than it was in the morning, right? With the sun turning it a little bit glowy?
Probably because when I was going before everyone else, it was already pretty slow and slushy, so maybe with the sun coming in more, it actually gets a bit faster. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Well, in spring, the snow is transforming by the hour. It's frozen at night. It's soft during the day. So you never know what you get.
It's definitely getting deeper, which is not helping on a snowboard usually. It's good when it's a little bit deep, but if it's getting too deep, you're getting caught up, and there's a big chance of going over the front bars, which you definitely don't want to do.
Well, it just gets more unpredictable, I would say. I mean, it's good if it's deep and soft, but if it's too deep and you come from a solid jump and you're sinking a foot or more, then it's obviously hard to continue your run smoothly.
We're only now coming into that big trick section and getting in a straight air. And now doing the same opt-out of the last one. There's a lot of wind lip over there. I wonder if she's thinking about hitting that. Coming towards the wind lip now. And getting another pop in. Brioni Johnson. Brioni said when she started snowboarding, she didn't have the strength to tighten her boots herself, but definitely does have the strength to do that right now as she's stomping her way down the mountain. Here the replay of Brioni sending another air into there, landing exactly in the sweet spot. Here sending another air in the middle of the face into the shoe. Looking solid. Brioni Johnson with a score of 56.00, putting her in second for now. Two girls have been down now, so she's just landing right underneath Julia Bottazin. I think Julia was a bit faster on the top, so that would explain the ranking for now, but still we got 8 more girls in the starting gate, which are gonna challenge this.
And
the next,
And the next one is 23-year-old Noémie Eki from France, and she is our current lead of the ranking. She won the first challenger in Monte Rosa. She finished third at Kitchener and won again in Aurea. If she wins today, well, her spot is guaranteed on the Freeride World Tour for next year, and we do have only one spot to give away in the Freeride in the women's snowboarding category. It'll be either Noémie Eki or Tiffany Perrotin. So the pressure is on the back of those two girls. All other snowboard girls today can ride without any pressure. But for Noémie, a victory is all that counts.
Well, her favorite quote is sharing is caring, which she probably doesn't want to do with anyone today because only one girl gets into the Freeride World Tour, and I'm pretty sure she wants to be that one girl, and she has a big chance to do that. She has a lot of freestyle in her bag, and she can stomp big cliffs, which she's proved in the last challenges. I think there's a really up-and-coming girl who's got everything it takes to do it.
And I like it how she connects those features, you know, does the big turns, you know, has a focus where she's going, no slowing down, bam, right, the next one. That's really pure free riding beauty.
Putting in some nice toe side turn here, like it's powder, which is definitely not, so it's hard to make it look like that.
Well, I really like that creamy spring snow. It is great to ride on a snowboard. Yeah,
Making
there
it
you
look
go.
easy here, just
Backside
surfing down
slash.
the gully. Coming in for that hit that has seen a lot of freestyle today. I wonder what she's doing. 360 front side, bringing it around like it's nothing and coming out. That'll definitely be a contender for now.
Noémie with a super fluid and consistent run. Well, you don't win 2 challenges out of 3 for nothing and finish third in the last one. I think that fluidity and that consistency has gotten headed far.
Damn.
Another backside air.
Little backside air there. I think when you see Noémie, she's a little method there on the bottom. I think that just proves how much style she has, and she's just surfing down the mountain, enjoying it.
My favorite story about this, which she brought in her bio, when she was still so small she couldn't tie up her boots because she didn't have the strength. Her mom would tie the boots up at 8 in the morning and she'd be tied up till 5 in the afternoon when she got back home. Even though she spent the morning at school in the snowboard boots.
Holy.
That's how motivated she was as a kid.
Looks like she spent a lot of time in those boots because when she's going down, it just looks smooth and looks solid. Riding a pretty big board for her size, I would say, probably makes it easier under conditions like this.
Well, looking very stable and controlled top to bottom.
Stomping it down. I love it.
That's
also here in the snowboard women category, we see a lot more freestyle than we used to see.
It's a lot more freestyle than I typically do in the season.
Hugs with Julia as they're all celebrating in the finish. What are the judges going to make out of that?
Well, the score to beat is the 63-67 of Julia Bottasin. That's what she has to beat for a first place at the moment.
My feeling says she's probably going to get over Julia for now with 71 points.
8 points ahead, almost 71. Wow, that's a big call for Tiffany Perrotin, who will come in a couple of minutes. She's up there. I'm sure she's watching the live stream behind the start gate, and she knows that's the score she has to beat in order to re-qualify for the Freeride World Tour. But first of all, Austria represent. We're going up to Sarah Bacher in the start gate.
Big ups, big ups. Sarah Bacher in the start gate, coming out of Salzburger Land, living in Innsbruck, and starting off into this phase really motivated.
She used to go to a ski gymnasium where she trained for border cross many, many years, but now her heart belongs to freeriding. Getting a little stuck or hung up there at the very top.
Well, I hope the judges didn't see that, because it is kind of hidden from the judges below. But I think they do have a judge that is actually there to watch this side of the face, so probably didn't miss that.
Well, we want to be fair, so the judges should see all runs and all riders from top to bottom and be able to compare.
I'm not a judge. For me, it's okay if Sarah gets away with a butt check without no one seeing it. I would love to see that, but for now, she's just having a little issue there, but sanding it down the face really fast and making short work of it. Now going over a little pop there in the middle section. I've seen what Sarah is about to do, so I'm really looking forward to see if she's going to follow through on the big plans she had.
Yeah, we were all standing together here in the morning, and there were a lot of questions, especially about this air. If it's
setting it up
to sound
big time,
it is. No
right
problem,
on,
Sarah. Nice one. Slowing down and approaching the almost mandatory.
Is that it? Oh, coming for the front side 3, but getting hung up on the takeoff.
Getting hugged by the takeoff.
Yeah, just rotating a little bit too early, not waiting for the pop, but that's all right.
It seems like she took a lot of speed away just before the takeoff, right? And maybe it was a little bit too slow the way she came onto the takeoff.
Well, the way it is with frontside 360s on the snowboard, it's really likely with the snow when it's so heavy and really slushy that you get caught up on the heel and your heel touches the ground before you actually want to take off.
So you want to
So you really want to wait until you're at the top to pop first and then spin it around. If you're spinning early, it can happen that you get hung up.
So
like
you want
Sarah.
to pre-rotate your upper body a lot and then kind of not take off on your edge, right?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
So here we see, yeah, she comes in a little sideways into that takeoff ramp. That didn't make it any easier. It would probably been easier to come straight into it.
Little pre-spin here, but it shows the commitment of Sarah just following through with her run after having already done a big jump before.
That is true. 40 points for Sarah Bacher.
That's unfortunate. She had big plans and followed through. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Well, you know, she'll still be going home from challenges with a 3rd place, a 4th, and a 7th as her top results at least. So that is pretty strong, and I think should give her the encouragement to go even stronger next year.
For sure, big ups to Sarah. Next one is Lou Ruiz from Tignes, France. She is also a big sender, and she is on course now.
29 years old from Tignes. Tignes also the home of Guilain Chichery, a multiple IFSA world champion in freeriding many years ago. Then he turned into a rally driver. Tignes is a bit like Obertauern. Most of it is above tree line and a lot of terrain.
She's coming down the main chute on the Lucas left now. doing a little pop there over some sharks, sticking out.
I really like the top part. It was like really solid turn-to-turn riding.
Just straightforward,
Yeah.
making a pop. Just coming in now.
Pretty much like
middle
you
section.
riding down the back to Rossi in Verbier 2 weeks ago. Yeah, not much fuss, just going turn-to-turn.
Oh, the snow was way better there for sure.
Well, I heard you say the snow was medium geil back then, so...
The snow was medium geil looking, but actually very geil faring, very geil going.
Well, I think we have great snow conditions here, however you want to call it, and it gives our riders a chance to do really beautiful turns and jumps, as we see right now from Louis Ruiz. Or
Having
Rui, probably France.
Lou Rui coming over. The
Désolé,
next one
Whoa.
taking off on the grass, which I think adds extra style, but unfortunately getting stuck there on the landing, getting a little butt check in there. Now coming into the cliff that, oh no, she's taking a different
Going
approach.
for a variation.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Nice. You can see how the snow is getting really heavy there now, especially underneath the rocks.
Breaking all the way through that
absorb
wet
all
snow.
the heat. Yeah,
Yep.
the rocks absorb the heat, and then the snow underneath get actually a lot more wet than actually the snow other places. So it is getting really slushy and deep there, which is sometimes hard to keep your balance on.
So a lot of creativity in the line of Louis Rui. J'espère que la prononciation est correcte. Le Rui. Désolé à la famille si c'est pas correct. Louis from Tignes, France, with a very creative line.
In Allemand, c'est Ruiz, which is also cool.
Well, I think the snow is definitely getting a bit slower. It's going to be hard for riders to get to the finish line by gravity.
Well, for me, I was waiting up there as a forerunner for quite a while because the light was still pretty flat and they wanted to wait until the sun comes out completely.
That was the reason why it took us. Okay, I thought you were afraid to go.
Yeah, also that. I didn't want to say that.
That was one of the bigger drops of girls today, unfortunately landing a little bit sideways and just getting stuck. And I like the creativity of this one, but she breaks all the way through the snow and then her nose gets stuck and she goes into a small tumble but gets it together quickly again. Luckily, you cannot lose your snowboard really as a crash, so you hardly ever get a nose score as a snowboarder, even if you don't have the cleanest of fronts.
Lou Ruiz coming in with 42 points. Judges pretty sure about that, immediately putting her in fourth for now. And now we are looking at the second girl who has a chance at qualifying for the Freeride World Tour, Tiffany Perrotin. She's been on the tour before. She's from France. She's from Verbier local.
And it's quite easy. If Tiffany wants to secure her ticket to make back the tour, she has to be ahead of Noemi. And then she still might need the help of some riders pushing Noemi further back in the ranking, but she needs to be above the 71 that Noemi got for her run.
Dropping in. She's actually been on the Freeride World Tour this season with a wild card, I believe. Putting in a big stomp here at the top. Little control issue.
A new air. I don't think we've seen anyone jumping in over that wind lip right before the start.
That looks cool.
Yeah.
And Tiffany's overall good vibe. Always down to go for the after party, definitely, more than me. And also really good rider, as you can see. She's pointing it down.
Ladies and gentlemen, the battle for one ticket in the women's snowboarding category is on here in Obertauern at the Freeride World Tour Challenger. The last stop. They give away one ticket only in this category. It's either going to be Noemi Eki or Tiffany Perrotin on course now.
The battle of the Frenchies.
Exactly, battle of the Frenchies.
The Bataillon des Françaises.
It's not a bataillon, but it's all good.
Okay, well, my French is not that good. Tiffany knows that, as I've tried to talk to her in French a lot, so she'll excuse that. She's coming in now the bottom part after she's had a heater run at the top. Coming in, jumping there, and I think she knows she's going to have to put in a little freestyle to beat the Noemi.
And this
because
would be the
Noemi
spot
has
to
already
do it.
stumped that big front three.
But with that speed, it's going to be difficult.
Also doing a front three. Very nice, Tiffany. Putting that in. She knows she has to do that to qualify for the tour. And she's doing it. Good. I think Noemi was spinning it around a bit better because Tiffany was landing a bit earlier, but nevertheless, it was a really good run and she had a nice creative top section and coming with loads of speed in the middle part. That is going to be hard for the judges. I don't want to be there right now.
Well, the math is very easy. If her score now is above 71, then she still has a chance to get that ticket.
See that
as
top
we
section?
watch the top.
That was super
like
cool.
that entry.
Yeah.
And
and there it's really steep.
I'm sure
so
they're
you're really
reviewing
gonna
that
have
because she did put her hand down, but her back and was not touching the snow at all. So that was clean.
You see the front three again, and maybe I think this is where it could decide between Noemi and Tiffany, because Noemi was spinning that around a bit more effortless. But then again, Tiffany had a nice top section. I think Noemi put in a lot of freestyle in the bottom little method there.
It's nothing
but
like
it's hard.
It's nothing like having an expert like Timmy Shorter, number 4 in the world, on his side. Pretty much makes me jobless here. Don't have to do much commentating anymore, Timmy. I just let you do it. It's awesome.
Well, I do know about snowboarding a little bit better than skiing, but the judges showed that they know better.
69.33. It's exactly how I said. That 360 was not big enough to go ahead of Tiffany Obertauern, and that pretty much means, if I'm not totally wrong, that Noemi cannot be taken away off that spot. Cannot be pushed anymore off that spot. That means a ticket to next year's Freeride World Tour. Wow.
Congratulations to both of the girls.
We're still waiting for the confirmation here.
A lot to lose putting in such great runs.
Yeah, I'm getting confirmation. Noemi Key is qualified for next year's Freeride World Tour, but that doesn't mean she wins the competition today, because we still have a couple of girls up there, right, Timmy?
Yes. For example, Ioma Fugain, who's stopping in right now out of France, coming in from out of Werribee as well, and having done a lot of challenges already this season.
True.
Ioma coming in from the Lucas left, which has been the more favorite side for the riders today. I think almost only 3 or 4 riders have been going to the Lucas right at the top, which is a bit more sun sheltered and maybe doesn't get that much sun from the top, but it makes it hard to combine a lot of features in the bottom.
Yeah. I almost like the idea on a shorter venue like this of a 2-run format, and then having the riders, forcing the riders to do 2 different lines in 2 runs.
That's for sure. I love that format in FWT Run where we had 2 runs. Although I must say, when the snow is getting heavy over the day, it is a bit hard to stage this. And a lot of riders in FWT Run were saying that they didn't like it personally. I personally liked it because I could secure my 3rd place after having crashed in the first one.
I, as a speaker and spectator, love it because you get to see the double amount of runs. But obviously for the riders, it is really hard to focus 2 times. I remember Christopher Totel not even going back to the start anymore in FWT Run because he can't do that life-threatening move 2 times in a row.
Ioma going for backside 3. The first one we see spinning over this backside. Tiffany and Noemi both going frontside, which is in these snow conditions kind of hard to do because you're going to have to dig in your front edge a little bit more, and it's easy to get hung up in it. Doing it easily though, and I think that was the biggest of it.
How awesome is to see that performance in the women's field in skiing and snowboarding. Backflip 3s either way.
And frontside 180s, which she's now reverting, but going out switch for a while in those conditions. I love that Ioma Fugain is putting in a lot of freestyle because it's definitely the day for it.
I like it how she's choosing an old snowboarder's track that gives her a bit of more speed to go over the flat bar towards the finish line.
Well, I was struggling really hard to get back to the finish line this morning because the snow was already a little bit slow.
Ioma Fugain coming from Obertauern in France, but riding in Verbier.
Here the top part again, putting in an Indy over the same air that Tiffany hit at the top, which we thought was really cool, I think.
Yeah.
Putting another air in there, and then backside 3 in those conditions. Really nice, putting it down.
So really threatening there. The 70 went from Noemi Eki. For the podium, she needs 63, 67. Just
She's
misses that.
Going in 4th place with 60 points. I wonder what the judges thought of that, because I thought it was going to be one of the top 3 for sure, putting in the big backside 3.
Well, that's why you're a speaker here and not a judge, Timmy. It's simple as that. But you can try again with the next rider. Mikaela Holsten, the by far more experienced girl, almost twice as old as some of the other girls in the snowboard field, 35 years, and that's about 15 years of competition experience. She was still riding when I was riding, and that's a long time ago. So much experience, and she showed this year with the 2nd place at the Kitchen Horn that she can still match the young guns easily.
Yeah, Mikaela's based out of Aalborg, where I also ride a lot, and she's always the first and the last one on the mountain, so her stoke is all-time high. Coming into the air of Tiffany Perrotin, I would say. Putting it a little grab there, I would say. And going aggressive towards that steep section at the top. Mikaela is always big smiles and also very, very strong. She always goes ahead of me so I can have a track while going up.
And she's such an international girl. was born in Finland, grew up in Norway. Now she lives in Austria in the winter, skis around the Aalborg area, and she's been to enormous amount of competitions over all those years.
Yeah, putting in a great run in Kitzsteinhorn and X over as well. But she has known the face of that a little bit because she's been competing there a lot. And this time it's a new face for her, so I wonder what she's going to make out of it. Putting in a lot of air in there for sure, and going aggressively down the face. So far, I'm very impressed. Another air here in the middle, also grabbing. She's also got already 2 grabs underneath her belt, now coming into the freestyle section. Michaela's not known for a lot of freestyle, but she's definitely known for good grabs, which she puts in here, which is a nice indie
grab.
All right, Mickey coming towards that wind lip, where we've seen already a bit freestyle from Ioma. Also putting in a frontside one and going switch now, reverting back to normal.
Followed by the drone.
That's definitely a strong contender for the podium for me right now. Michaela's putting in solid airs, no control issues, going aggressively down the mountain, putting in also that last bit of freestyle.
Timmy Schröder, you know, acting as multiple functions here as a potential judge as well as a live stream speaker and snowboarding expert.
My problem is that I'm really bad with numbers, so I could probably never judge, but I could tell you what I like and what not, so maybe it would help.
Don't worry, you don't have to be good with numbers to be a good snowboarder, Timmy. Well, 63-67 is Julia Botteltin on 3rd place in the women's snowboarding field. That's Michaela's. That's what Michaela has to beat to make it to the podium. And that's where Timmy sees her, so that's potentially where she is.
Definitely very strong run for Michaela here. I could imagine that she's going to end up on the podium with this one for now. And that's a 64.67, which puts her in the 3rd place, like I predicted, Flo. So maybe I should be a judge.
Maybe you should be a judge. You can try one more last time in the snowboard women's field. Claire McGregor. She's usually a cash or dash rider. Yeah, we've seen her doing amazing moves in all those years on the qualifiers.
Yeah, so far a little bit more dash than cash.
Yeah.
But maybe she's looking forward to change that today.
She went all in on every single challenger competition, and the reason why she's in 10th place is not because she's the best snowboarder, but she just had the most amazing crashes in all those events, just going full send.
And big surprise, I talked to her this morning, and she said she's going to do exactly the same again. Just going to go all in and send it hard, which is exactly Claire's style.
Well,
she's also a DJ, so I hope if you don't have a DJ at the after party, which I doubt, she's going to jump in there and do it.
We'll have DJ Bademeister at all Freeride events in Austria. And, well, Claire always wants to say hello to Ragnar the dog in Verbier. Just made it back from the hospital. As she's going far, skiers left.
Claire is a Burton Sports rider who's originally from New Zealand but living in Verbier. And I've had the pleasure to meet her in both places, and she's got everything. She's got the freestyle and she's got a big mountain.
And she says she has to work full time to fund the competition. Yeah, obviously it does. These riders are among the best in the world, but many of them have to put private money in to pay in just for the participation.
Now this was going to get interesting because Claire said she's going to send it big, and I have no doubt that she's going to do that.
Yep, and here we have her options.
Lining up a big one here.
Whoa, nice.
Oh, sick, Claire. Now hold it together, please.
Come on, another one.
Come on, come on. Yeah, Claire holding it together like that was nothing. And really,
you see her hand up in the sky. She's happy.
Yeah, definitely wanting to put that down today as she's entering that wind lip. That's a hard one. I tried to go towards it today, but opted out of it because it's just really steep up and you don't get a lot of speed there. Now following my track from the morning, doing a little monkey here.
Well, judges said it's okay.
Eating some snow. I like it.
Judges said it's okay. You have to push yourself a little bit by hand.
Yeah, just it's good to know for the viewers that this is not going to take away from her style, from her points, and definitely not from her style either.
Not for sure. So that's a tough one now, Jimmy. Jimmy the judge, what do you reckon? Because that's a very different line compared to many others.
I'm calling podium. I'm calling podium for Claire because she sent it. I mean, it was a bit, maybe she took a bit of the fluidity out in the middle part, where she's traversing in the soft snow. It's not really easy to do that. But she did really send a big in the bottom, and she didn't crash today, so that will probably be a podium for her.
Let's watch that replay. Timmy Schröder, the shredder, calls it a podium. That will mean she has to be over 64.67 points. And with this,
it's kind of easy with Claire, because if she sticks it, if she sends it and sticks it, then she's usually on the podium. So that's why I'm calling it.
That's very true. Well, the judges have not decided yet. She's to the finish line now, and I'm sure she'll be stoked to finally put a run down. And you see the direction of the other girls, that they are impressed as well.
Yeah, Claire, she told me today I'd rather be last than fourth, because fourth just means I didn't send it hard enough.
Congratulations, Claire. She's like, yes, I landed my run. I'm stoked. And Timmy, you might as well be right. Yeah, I'm calling it a podium as well.
Yeah, I think there's a 68 putting her in third place. Unfortunately, putting Michaela out of it, but Claire's stoked as hell. And she can be, because she proved that she can also land her runs.
Oh, what a finish to season for Claire McGregor. She's all smiles, 3 big crashes, going full send at all events so far, and now putting one of the biggest cliff drops of the day in the women's snowboarding field to her feet. And I think it's a well-deserved third place for our DJ girl.
Coming in with the results. Noemi Icky at the top, getting the Freeride World Tour ticket. She secured it with this run.
The 2 French girls that have been dominating the challenges are also once more in first and second, with Noemi Icky pushing Tiffany Perter off the throne out of the Freeride World Tour, and she's gonna have her ticket for next year's tour. Congratulations, Noemi, to the victory today, and the ticket to the tour. I think that's one reason to party. No, that's 2 reasons to party.
Yeah, and then I'm sure Claire has a reason to party as well. So I think overall we have a lot of reasons to party, which we will either way.
If there's one thing we unfortunately do not have, it's any moment to rest, because with the snow getting wetter and wetter, head of safety Martin Kogler is pushing very much to the next category, and we didn't have 0 break at all. Gabin Bozan from France is our first rider in the start gate in the men's snowboarding category.
I'm gonna have to crack open a Coca-Cola here. Oh, that was a front set 3, I believe. We can't see this on this angle here, but I'm pretty sure I saw that. Not sure if he rode out of it.
Gabin Bozan is one of our Freeride World Tour ticket contenders, as there are 9 out of the 12 snowboarders. So a lot of riders can still gain it. He is one of the 3, though, only that can secure a ticket for the World Tour for next year if he wins. So a victory by Gabin means a ticket out of 2 tickets which we give away for him.
And I think he's so fast that the camera kind of lost track of him.
Well, let's look up the mountain with bare eyes.
So far, he looked like he did a big front set 3 and then another air out of the top part, which looked really solid, and now he's coming towards a double here. And doubling down, making it really look cool, and I think it's smart idea to link the features in the way he does, because it's not easy on this venue to link a lot of features.
Gabin Bozan rides at Le Menuire and Obertauern.
Yeah,
in the Free Ski Belleville Club. Wow, beautiful run so far.
Almost washing out, but holding it together. Coming into the Heartbreak Hotel.
Yeah. Here comes the Becky.
Holding it together, Gabin.
So well controlled.
C'était trop bien.
A very joli run from Gabin Bozan from France.
And another front set 3 here to end it. That was a heater run from Gabin. He's going flying down the top part, then putting in a solid air with a grab in the middle, and then big backflip and a big 3, front set 3 in the bottom over a windlip. I think that's gonna be hard for the judges to put down the first score. What do you think, Flo?
Not even 20. Yeah, not even 20 years old, and whew. Won 2 qualifiers this year at 19 years in Engadine and in Les Arcs, so he's for sure one of the strongest riders at the moment, even though being one of the youngest at the same time. Look at this backflip, so controlled. He spots his landing way before even being fully upside down.
I mean, we said it earlier, and I think with free riding, you kind of have to put everything in. He had really nice tricks and really fast riding and a double in the middle, and he's not done yet, putting a lot more tricks on the flat here. I think that was a really complete run for me, Gabin, with everything. The big mountain and the freestyle in one.
You are totally right. Well, we didn't see him for a couple of seconds up there, even the drone didn't. So I hope everything went well. There's not something...
Well, we're going to see. If the score is optimally high, which I hope Gabin is going to get a high score, then probably nothing happened where we didn't see him. If it's not as high as we think, maybe he had a little control issue there.
Well,
he looks stoked, but also very anticipating.
Yeah, it's very hard for me to read his emotions there. maybe we can get a replay, but if the drone didn't catch him, then we probably won't get one.
You see that.
In that case, I'm sure that right now our extra judges, they call him up there, is now communicating with our main judges to tell him what exactly happened in that part of the face where we don't have a direct visual.
Yeah, as a rider myself, I wish sometimes the judges would see as much as the live stream, but unfortunately they have eyes on everything and they see everything. So let's see what Gavin's score is going to be, and then I think we can kind of see what happened
Timmy
there.
Schröder's red 68 points.
Damn, that is tough to know, because as a first score,
Is he grumpy about
judges
his score?
sometimes like
about
to put you a little bit lower than expected.
Is he grumpy about his score or about his run? Because is there something we don't know?
Looks like he's a bit bummed about his score, so probably there was a little control issue at the top. I'm glad we didn't see it, because that made a really cool reel for his Instagram.
Well, looking at the body language, it seems that he must have made some kind of mistake there below the start gate, because what we saw, it would have been more an 86 than a 68 run.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
we will talk to him later and find out. Well, Arvid Gustafsson.
Also a young rider out of Sweden.
The body size small, but snowboard-wise, strong man from Sweden.
Coming into the Lucas left, hitting the first air, coming with loads of speed, almost doubling down on
High speed double up there by Arvid Gustafsson.
Now flying down the bottom. I think the faster you go in these conditions, the easier it's going to be to stop.
Yeah. Well, Arvid is out of the race for a ticket for next year's World Tour, so he can just ride and enjoy his run in the spring slush in Obertauern.
Yeah. Arvid Gustafsson. And coming into the next one, stomping that down as well.
Wow.
So far, really fast
Riding it
run.
out on the tail.
Coming into that freestyle. Oh! Huge backflip and stomping it also like it's nothing.
Look at the snowboarders backflipping it away.
This hit has seen a lot of freestyle today. What do you think, Flo?
And we might see some more freestyle on the little windlet.
Oh, another backflip. Oh,
so controlled.
solid. And he's claiming it.
Arvid
Right
Gustafsson
on, Arvid.
totally free in the head of any qualification.
He's claiming it.
Loving it,
Love
claiming
it.
it. Getting ready for the beer at the famous Obertauern après-ski.
Yeah, he usually rides out of Verbier, and you can see that because he's got the big mountain going really fast at the top, then also putting in a lot of freestyle with 2 huge backflips.
And there was a long tradition of Swedish snowboarders on the Freeride World Tour many years ago. I'm stoked to see Arvid Gustafsson as a strong contender for the next years to be up on the tour.
I was kind of bummed that Cody didn't make it over the cut this season, because I think he's such a strong rider and it was really fun to watch.
He's just not the smartest rider when it comes to competition riding, because he always, saves the biggest moves of the year for comps.
Well, snowboarders, we're not really known to be very smart, but definitely Sandy.
Well, gentlemen, if you don't know the gentleman right next to me, Mr. Timmy Schröder, the Shredder, number 4 in the snowboarding freeride world right now, fresh from Weber, lives in Innsbruck, and there's one thing for sure, he always has something to say about anything.
That's why I had such a good coach who's called Flo Olli, who's sitting next to me, teaching me not just riding, but also a lot of talking. But back to Arvid Gustafsson as he's waiting for his score. I think you can expect quite a high score with 2 huge tricks and really fast riding, no control issues. And this is the second rider in the whole snowboard men category, so it's definitely not easy for the judges.
Well, it's never easy for the judges, that's what's called judging. But I believe you might well crack the 80 with this run, and that's always great.
But they are usually very judgy.
Judges are judgy. Well, Timmy, what should I say?
I don't know.
Great to have you here.
Great to be here. And Arvid is also enjoying it. I can see he's stoked.
Exactly.
He was already claiming the run way before he got down into the finish.
Making sure the sponsors logo is in there.
82.33. Arvid Gustafsson on the first place for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see a stoked Swede taking the hot seat from a not so stoked French.
But
Gabebelson.
It's not over yet. Next rider coming up is Rémi Benamont from Switzerland, riding out of Zinal, which has really high, crazy good mountains, almost as good as here in Obertauern, as he's waiting for the judges to be ready and to drop into this face.
Also Remy with a theoretical chance to still grab one of the 2 precious tickets. He has a 3rd, a 5th and a 6th from the last 3 challenges. So very solid riding, not really a throwaway result for the Zinal rider.
Coming into the top just like Arvid, making short work of it, jumping down. So far similar line to Arvid Gustafsson. Putting in a lot of speed, coming down flying over those double what he did at the top. Remy Benamont also, I rode with him in the Challenger, always a threat. I would never count him out to become one of the top spots.
And Remy was born in a country where I'll be spending a month surfing this summer with my kids in Sri Lanka.
Oh, that's nice. He looks like he knows how to surf in these conditions. Oh, backside 3 over a cliff. That's sick.
Super effortless. I liked it. I actually liked how he rode into that.
One.
And there'll probably be another backside one.
Another back 3, tail grab, bringing it down. I think that was super technical because all the other tricks that we've seen today, I think, were over wind lips. And he's doing it down a cliff, which definitely requires a lot more expertise.
Well, Timmy Schroeder, Freeride by the Heart, has put an enormous amount of practice time into freestyling for the last few years, and it has paid off. He made it to the World Tour, and he stayed up there, made the cut, and this also due to his huge floating 360s. And I'm sure Remy Benamont has watched those and thought, well, this scores well, let me just do the same.
Well, do you know what rank he has to become to qualify for the Tour?
Well, even if he wins today, he's not guaranteed a spot. He would have Enzo Nilo, César Barin, and Gabin Bossan would have to do not perfectly. Well, Gabin didn't do very well, so if he gets a solid score at first place, yes, the chance is alive.
Nice. Did you see that 3 over the cliff?
Yeah.
That was really cool. Here, getting the tail grab short, but definitely was in there. He is happy. It seems he has a face mask on, but I think he should be happy because that was a heater run.
It was
big high fives.
A heater run. Congratulations.
Okay, Remy Benamont. What is the score going to be? If he's getting into first one, he is still going to be very nervous. If he doesn't get into first one, he's going to probably be out there drinking beer.
Exactly. I'm sure he'll be drinking beer sooner or later, no matter what, because we have such a great vibe out there. I see the riders out there analyzing the runs, already starting to party. Some went up to ride the venue again. Oh, 85-33, Remy Benamont takes the lead, does everything he could potentially have done to still fight for that precious ticket. Wow, what an amazing snowboarders competition here on the Freeride World Tour Challenger in Obertauern.
That is amazing for Remy, which is super cool because he's on the hot seat now and he's got a high score putting him in first for now. The bad thing about it is that he is going to be shaking now because there's still a lot of really good riders to come who probably want to get that top spot.
Remy is sitting in 4th overall. And the guy sitting in 3rd overall is Hugo Serra from France, bringing in tons of World Tour experience. A 2nd, a 5th, and 6th place this year. And he said he wants to be back on tour next year. So Hugo, this is your chance.
Dropping in with a nollie, stylish as usual. Hugo is also a coach out in Verbier, training kids to how to do freeride. And as you can see, he knows how to do it himself. Huge air over that bushes.
I like the top, but we haven't seen that jump yet at all. Hugo says it's hard to be a rider trying to qualify for the World Tour and coaching kids at the same time because it's just time consuming. And he also says there's about 120 skier kids in the Verbier Freeride Club, but he has only 5 snowboarders and he loves it. He's building on that community in his small snowboard crew, and he says there's actually more and more kids pushing to snowboarding because they say they want to do something else. So very nice to see the snowboarding.
He's
also
pushing it hard here,
Verbier.
stomping it down over that middle air. And now lining up the trick part. I'm sure he's got a trick up his sleeve.
At 190 centimeters, he's the tallest guy here on the snowboarders field by far. He's about half a meter taller than Arvid Gustafsson.
He's probably like about your size.
Yeah, even taller.
Oh, frontside 3 over that flat air, stomping it.
We haven't seen a single trick down there, I think, yet.
And I understand why. It's really hard to stomp it there, and Hugo making it look easy.
Hugo putting in everything you can potentially put in his face. Tricky and nollie out the start gate, tricky entry, huge floaty air, cliff drops, a backflip, and a 3. What else can you do on this face, Timmy?
Well, that's really hard. That's really hard to say. That's probably what the others thinking at the top right now as well. I told you I could be a judge as well, but now I don't think I could be a judge anymore because this is hard. Remy Benamont and Hugo Serra. I see both of them at the top right now, to be honest.
So you would give it a draw? You give him the same score?
Well, do you want to know my honest opinion? My honest opinion is that Hugo switched it up a little bit more with the tricks, so I would probably give him a little bit better score than Remy, but I really love both of those runs.
I'm so happy I don't have to, guess the scores this time. You're doing this so much better than me, and so far you've proved very right. So Remy Benamo with 85.33, the Swiss rider born in Sri Lanka, in the lead right now. But Hugo Serra knows he did a great run.
Yeah, he's happy.
He knows. Look at his smile. He's like, yes, I did well.
On the other hand, like Remy had a really nice 360 over a cliff, which I didn't see from Hugo. He had more
That
like
is
the
true.
lip action
Well,
going
I
on.
see the judges taking notes. It means they have taken their decision already, basically, and they're taking the notes now. At least that's how it typically works. So let's see. Hugo 83.50, 2 points behind Remy. It's on second place. Wow. So like you said, that cliff, the 360 over cliff, what put Remy ahead of Hugo. That was, for I think, the most amazing move so far in the snowboarding field, and he deserves to stay up there. Whoa.
But that was really close because Hugo putting in style, speed, and a lot of fun. It was very fun to watch. Thanks for sending it, Hugo. Love to see you out there always, and hope to see you soon on the tour again.
Wow. On course, Sacha Baliko, also from France.
This one is one to watch out for sure. He's written all caps in our notes here, and that is for a good reason, because he's coming in fast and he wants to secure his ticket. Is that right?
Well, Sasha, who has competed for 10 years in slopestyle, still has a small chance to qualify, but I believe with Hugo that's doing such a great run, it's going to be a lot more difficult. Either way, he's got to win this event to have a small chance to qualify with the way the rankings are now.
Which he's trying right now.
Over the cliff, beautiful, same cliff as we saw Remy Banon do the 3. Approaching the mandatory bottom air.
Huge frontside 3, stomping it. A little bit of hand down in the snow, but I don't think that's going to be much of an issue for the judges.
No, it was still a great landing.
Yeah.
And he's aiming for the windip, getting well prepared for another rotation maybe. No,
didn't get that speed down there, but I'm sure he wanted to set one up.
Yeah, you could see his pre-rotation, but then without speed it's not a good idea. And you see how gluey the snow gets. We see a lot of riders now taking those old tracks to make sure they're making it to that finish line and to the spectators area.
Yeah, I like that run by Sacha Baliko, and he was also putting that backside 3 over a cliff, putting it in a different, like hitting it in a different direction than Remy, and which was even a bit bigger. Here you can see that again.
Super controlled.
Here, huge frontside 3, stomping it down.
And as we're waiting for his score, I'm getting info from backstage. We'll have to wait till the last rider of the snowboard category is down before we will know who will get the 2 precious tickets for next year's Freeride World Tour. So no
You know who's shaking
possible.
right now? You know who's shaking right now? Remy Benamo, because he's in the hot seat and he knows he's got to get that first spot.
Yep. If he stays in the hot seat, well, that might mean the ticket. Whew.
Oy. I don't want to be in the judge's position. I don't want to be in Remy's position right now. I'm really happy that we're here in a super chill spot, enjoying our drinks and just watching a great show.
I thought about it this morning as we get up at the hotel room. I was so happy to wake up today of commentating and not for competition, because all that excitement the day before in the morning and during the day, it's just, it did get too much to me.
I'm crazy excited about the show, but I'm also really happy I didn't have to put it around down today.
Well, you had the chance to go as a forerunner, which is pressure-free, and Sacha Baliko had no pressure as well.
Had a good chance to check out the snow with my head first.
Yeah, Sacha did a podium at the last event in Avoria, so for the podium this time he needs Arvid Gustafsson's score, which he has to beat at 82.33.
All right. This is a really important decision for both of them, and the judges are taking a little bit of time to make sure they make no mistakes.
Just knowing that a point up or down, or a tenth of a point up or down, might totally change your life over the next year is almost hard to believe.
Yeah. I've been in the position before, and exhilaration that you experience in those moments where you're just waiting for the score is crazy.
Exactly.
That could kind of change the plan for next year.
Well, they're so close together. Oh, 84.30, squeezing into second place between Remy Benamo and Hugo Serra. Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe it? 85.33 now the first place of Remy. 84.33 Sacha Baliko. 83.33 is Hugo Serra, and 82.33 is Arvid Gustafsson. We have 4 riders with 3 points. That's how close it is here, and we only have half of the men's snowboarding field down in the finish line.
It for sure doesn't help that the lines that they've done are all very similar. putting in a
how
little
are the
bit
judges
different
gonna
tricks,
solve
but
that? We have another
basically going down the same line and making different tricks of it. Maybe a little bit different tricks and a little bit of a different hit here and there, but basically same line.
How are the judges going to solve that? We have another 5 riders. If they do the same lines and the same tricks, then we see the judges in trouble for the
Come in
first
and
time this
switch
event.
here, Florian Handschuh, and then cap one out of over the wind lip that Tiffany Perotin hit at first. Oh, flying down over the next one. That was a crazy good start.
Wow, a former FIS freestyle competitor with a successful career, now also a very successful businessman. He started a big machine rental company, which is now making a couple of million turnover already. So he says he's getting more time again now. Snowboard did a year or two ago.
He definitely looks like he's a machine.
Yeah.
No one has to rent that. Another frontside 180. He's done already too. And then reverting back before the next cliff, putting in an Indy. That was interesting.
Making short notice of the venue here.
Oh, yeah, you can see the freestyle trying to rodeo 5 out of it. That was sick. Front rodeo 5 try by Florian Handschuh.
And he was in a little bit of trouble at the in-run, not being super stable, but then still going for it. I really liked that effort.
Oh, no.
I think getting hung up now in one of the flattest parts of the face. Wow, but I really liked it.
Focus was gone there already a little bit.
I really like how much heart he put into that run, you know?
Yeah.
I actually complained a little bit when I met him last time. I said, because I know the running Kitchener, he was not at the top of his game. He kind of rode around the venue, and he promised to go all in here in Obertauern.
He definitely did that. He did 180 at the top, then cap 180 into the wind lip, then doing another 180 over that middle hit. Coming back, reverting back to putting in an Indy, and then going rodeo front 5.
Big props to Florian Handschuh, not only for his riding today, which we're going to see in the replay now, also for founding Athletes Acts, now a foundation for climate change and protection, which everyone is welcome at athletesactsnow.com.
And which I'm actually part of, so head it up.
Exactly. Look at that. Oh, a bit of axis for the landing, but I really like that going for the 5 here.
That was a bit stressful. He was coming in super fast already in there, getting his point of 20. Definitely not what it would look like if you would stomp that, but going for it anyway. Florian Handschuh, great guy, great snowboarder. Gotta try.
And ladies and gentlemen, with the Florian Handschuh being finish line, this leaves 4 more riders of the day. 4 more riders at this year's and first ever freeride competition in Obertauern, the Freeride World Tour Challenger 2024. 2 tickets are being given away in this category, and it's really close.
Now César Barrin in the run already on course, putting down a little jump at the top, probably lining up something here for the top section, going towards Hugo's air, and backs 3 over that little control issue, not bringing it around quite. That was really flat to take off, so crazy for going for back 3 on this one.
19 years old only, and he won the first Challenger in Monte Rosa.
Sorry to interrupt you here, but he did another back 3, flying over the next one. A little bit of a control issue in both.
It's only his first year in the qualifier, and he pressed everyone with an amazing run at the first event in Monte Rosa. Pretty sure we see a rotation here
Another
as well.
back 3. He loves back 3s. This guy does a back 3 over everything. There's no straight airs. He just go back 3.
Well, that's what they train at the Free Ski Belleville
and
Freeride
backflip,
Club.
stomping it like it's nothing. Did you see that tuck in the air? He's grabbing his knees to get it around real quick because he was going huge.
No
and
tuck
another,
necessary. Just riding out of it.
He's going 3 back 3s. Also, maybe not all in complete control, but putting him down to his feet, and then 2 backflips. That's definitely, he probably saw the riders before, and he was thinking, okay, well, the only thing how I can beat them is to cut all the straight airs, and I'll just do flips and spins over everything.
Fireworks of freest by one of the youngest riders today.
Yeah. Unfortunately, getting hung up on the first one, which doesn't help for your mental game for the last.
No, but you didn't really see that affecting his mental game.
Tucking it like A grade.
And there was another backflip we didn't even see anymore. Well, hugs and smile at the finish line, and one more time.
Hugs and smile in the finish area, and hugs and 3s in the run.
A lot of hugs and hugs here today.
Yeah.
Once again, 83-33 for the podium. César Barrin. He was sitting in second, so any point now counts for him towards a qualification for next year.
Well,
only a victory can secure it right away, otherwise he'd still be trembling and waiting for the next 2 riders. 6,550 points is what he collected already this year.
either way it's going to go, we're going to see him back out there for sure, because he's definitely got what it takes when he brings it down.
Like I said, if you're 21, you still have another 21 years on the Freeride World Tour, because I did my last one year being 42, so that means with 19, he has another 22 years.
Gangster moves from Cesar, I love it. Boop, 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 brrrr. Cesar putting in those guns, because he just showed his guns on the way down.
Definitely did. Wow, well, it's hard to sneak into the top 4 because they're all between 85 and 82 points.
Representing easy peasy, and I'm definitely sure why he has that on his board, because look, easy peasy for him to do a 3 or a backflip over everything. He went down. 77.67.
That is 5th place right now. Yeah, I think there was a 5-point or so deduction for the back slap at the very first air, right? And that's exactly what took those 5 points away from him.
Yeah. Definitely a heating run, because he was tricking and spinning everything and backflipping. But for sure, having the control issues there, the judges, you make it a little bit easier for the judges to rank you down there.
Next rider, Starkid, and third to last rider is pretty much the opposite from César Barin, who is like, let's call him a freestyle kid for once. Christophe Charlet, the oldest competitor in the field, and he's been on the Freeride competitions for like 15 years, I think.
Yes, his favorite grab is a nose grab, what I know from experience.
And his favorite trick is big cliff drop.
Yeah. And that's what he's proving here. Always going for sure like half a minute faster than everyone, I would say. He's just pointing it down.
Christophe Lee from Chamonix, France. Nice guy. He's been trying to qualify for the World Tour for many, many years. It's been so close, but you know, he says it doesn't really matter. You know, it's my life to travel to Freeride, hang out with a lot of the Freeride crew here.
No, camera kind of confused because Christophe is going so fast. Camera can't really hold up with him.
And aside from being a snowboard, he's actually a Winamax poker player and a guardian of the Refuge de l'Oignon in summer in the French mountains.
I believe
what a speed run! Holy moly!
Yeah,
that was amazing. How do you compare this super fast big mountain run now to the maybe a bit slower but more freestyle orientated runs that we've seen just before?
He's like Flash. He's basically like Flash. Like, he's so fast that the cameras can barely hold up with him, which doesn't help for his footage in the end, but which definitely helps for his score in the end. Because going fast is it's not about time here, but going faster than the other one definitely helps for your score. Christophe sending it big time, and I can definitely believe he's a poker player, because having met him in the competitions, he definitely always has a poker face and doesn't really let you know a lot about his line, which usually is a big center line.
Which was today going all the way to the rider's left. We have seen only a couple of ones, but look at this nice one all the way over those bushes.
He's like, I got the speed. I can probably gap over anything that comes my way.
Exactly. Arms flapping a bit, but still maintaining control all the way to the bottom.
Taking off the GoPro already in the entrance to the finish.
Christophe Charlet from Chamonix in France. It's amazing. If I look at his achievements in competition, it's the longest list you can ever imagine.
Just getting the score ready while coming in as 6th place, 72.33 points. Big up to Christophe Charlet for showing something different, because so far we've seen a lot of different same lines, and Christophe Charlet putting in some creative own line, going for fresh tracks, which is definitely a star.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 more riders to go at this event today, and this is a rider who has already won in Austria this year. James Feitch from Great Britain won the FWT Qualifier in Montafon. That secured his spot in the Challenger Series.
I was competing with James back in the junior years, and then I haven't seen him for a while because he was in England doing his studies, and now he's back in the game, which I love to see him. He's a big sender, always really nice kid, and he knows he got what it takes.
He got what it takes. No surprise, he's riding in Chamonix. That's a big hotspot for British riders. Direct flights to Annecy and just 2-hour shuttle all the way up to the mountain. It's always been. Also, Sasha Hamm was a very well-known World Tour rider from Britain, riding in and out of Chamonix.
James, I would say, like a typical freeride rider. He's got big airs and also some tricks in there. Always nice and stylish, compact in the air and going fast.
Yeah. Bit left.
Coming into the freestyle section.
Bit less of a tricky man than some of the other riders we've seen, but definitely feeling well at home in big mountain faces, which, as you mentioned today, is not really the case today. This is a phase today that gives you a lot of opportunities for tricks, as we could see.
Love it. James putting in that sneaky little tree tap there, which I really enjoy. Shows how good he is in the air and how much control he has, just poking out his tail to get that little bush.
That's true, because he definitely had to do a bit of a variation at the takeoff angle to be able to do that tree tap.
Yeah, and it's not really easy to do a lot of variation in that landing. As you can see, there's a lot of bushes that you definitely don't want to land in.
On the footsteps of the famous tree tapke.
Yeah,
Tree tap.
One of the most stylish skiers, also has a snowboard style.
Exactly.
Ooh, nice. Poking that nose out in the nose bone and tree tapping it here.
Yeah, that was fully on purpose.
I don't like how you say it so sarcastically. I think James did that totally on purpose.
Oh, it did? It was on purpose. No, there was no sarcasm in my voice.
Okay. Sometimes I don't get you. Anyway, James, big up for that run. It was really nice to see you get down there.
67. Yeah, it's hard today to compete with the freestyle skills. If you look at a Cesar Barret doing 7 tricks in one run, and then you have, so to say, only straighters like a James Feitsch, it's obviously difficult. Ladies and gentlemen, the heat is on. Remy Benamo leading the pack, but we have one more guy up there, and guess who it is? It is the leader of the pack, ranked #1 right now in the Freeride World Tour Challenges with an amazing 5,600 points. Anything from 1st to 5th place will secure him a spot on the World Tour.
Ex-Freeride World Tour rider who doesn't wear the avalanche strap of his avalanche backpack. I wonder why, because it looks super stylish.
Well, and guess what? He has finished 9th in the first Challenger in kids, but he has won in Monte Rosa, sorry, but he has won the second one in Kitchener. He has won the third one at Avoriaz, and he's on his way to potentially win the 4th one here in Obertauern.
Basically going straight out the top, gapping over that huge cliff, which is basically all uncovered from everything right now.
Last rider of the day, and this rider will decide who will get the 2 tickets we give away in the men's snowboarding field for next year's Freeride World Tour to compete against this guy next to my side, Timmy Schröder, the Shredder.
He wants to go back there. Even though he's not wearing his avalanche strap of his avalanche backpack, he still looks super cool. Maybe he should do that sometimes, but it's all good. He's down into the face and sending it.
When you watched his last 2 runs in the challenges, it was hard to believe that he got kicked off the tour.
Yeah, he's stylish, putting down the 3. I think he was also grabbing that, and I'm sure he's heading to the windlip where we can expect another trick coming out. A little bit slow here, but let's see.
Yeah.
Backside 3. Frontside 3, backside 3 combination, back to back.
I do dare to say that this was a 90% run by Enzo, knowing that he had to put a solid one down, but not necessarily a winning run, with 2 seconds in his pocket already. And I think that was smart, and maybe that's what he lacked on the tour as he was there, and what he learned now.
Yeah. Do you actually know, by any chance, what place Enzo has to get in to qualify for the tour at the moment?
Well, I don't think it's time for guessing anymore. We will know in a couple of seconds. The score will come in, and then Alice Ronchetti, Freeride World Tour's mastermind, she will let us know.
What I definitely know about Enzo is that he's a really good dancer, and he likes to party a lot, and he's a really good friend of Victor de la Rue. And he loves to be out there standing it with him together again next year in the tour, so I hope he's going to be there so we can party together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're only seconds away of realizing who will get those 2 precious tickets within the men's snowboarding field. Leading the pack right now in today's ranking is Remy Benamo ahead of Sasha Baliaco and Hugo Serra, all only within those 3, only within 2 points.
Yeah.
And once we have the score for Antonilo, then
Enzo would love to get back to the tour, sending it with his good friend Victor de la Rue.
100%. Well,
waiting for the score.
One thing we know already, this was a last rider of the day. Everyone is safe down. We see actually now a lot of the safety team, Stardust, Ski Dudes, Mountain Rescue coming down to the face. They're all doing some little cliff jumps and enjoying themselves.
Yeah, they've been waiting there all day, so they're really stoked to get a line down themselves.
But obviously Enzo only has eyes for the scoreboard, because that will determine if he can go back to the World Tour or not.
I'm getting a little nervous here myself, to be honest.
All right.
Enzo now anxiously waiting for the
Timmy,
score.
you haven't
He knows he didn't do as good as of a run as he could have, but he also knows he didn't have to, so that's always a bit difficult. I know the judges are doing the math right now.
Sixth place for Antonila.
75 points, and this
Ladies
is the
and gentlemen,
big moment.
This is the big moment. Remy Benamo, who was in 5th place in the overall rankings, wins this competition.
Big shout out.
Could that mean he takes the spot and jumps from 5th to 2nd? We will know in a second. Here is today's result. Remy Benamo ahead of Sasha Balerko, Hugo Serra and Arvi Gustafsson. Look at the score, so close together. Switzerland ahead of France and Sweden. But was this enough for Remy to step it up to 2nd place in the overalls? Well, we will know in a second. The tension is rising, ladies and gentlemen.
From what I've seen today, they're all a threat to the people on the tour. Riding on it myself, they all got what it takes.
Wow. Well, Cesar Barin might have been pushed back a little. Gabin Bossan had a mistake up top apart. I think this is between Antonila, Hugo Serra and Remy Benamo. Timmy, maybe you should give a ticket to all 3 of those.
I think it would actually be lovely. We need more people on there, and they're all big senders, so I'd love to send it with them out there.
So all snowboarders out there, you hear Timmy Schroeder, there's always room for new riders on the tour. Timmy, let's wrap up this competition as we're waiting for the overall score in the snowboardman category.
That was the fireworks. I mean, we've seen pretty similar lines from the line choice, but definitely different variations of tricks and definitely a lot of sending.
Yeah, I was stoked as well. You said it was a bit of a more freestyle venue that I've seen before, but it totally paid off to choose this venue because, especially in the snowboard ski women's field, we saw an enormous amount of tricks, and the snowboards just topped it off. I think Cesar had 7 freestyle tricks in one run. I can't remember seeing this before.
I wasn't ready for that. He was coming at us swinging. Even though maybe he's not extremely happy with how it turned out, I think he should be super happy for following through with his plan, because doing that is not easy, and committing to that is not easy either.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we might not get it on display, but I got it here for you. The 2 tickets we give away for men's snowboarding for the 2025 Freeride World Tour are for Antonilo. And for today's winner, Remy Benamo.
Remy.
Wow, it's like a fairy tale.
Nice.
Remy jumping from 5th to 2nd in the ranking and scoring the 2nd place. Congratulations to Remy.
Congrats.
That was an awesome performance. Congratulations also, Timmy, to you for being such a great commentator.
Thank you for having me.
I hope this was not the last time. We have a full season ahead of us. You on the Freeride World Tour, and I hope you have some time in between us to sneak into the commentator's cabin. It would be a pleasure.
Maybe we can do it next time in Obertauern again. That would be sick.
Would be, okay.
But yeah, big shout out to Remy and to Enzo, because that was really cool to see them committing.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. That was it for this season, the last live stream of the Freeride World Tour. Tune back in next year in January when it's Open Faces, Freeride World Tour, all the challenges in Austria. We'll be here for you with our husky. Enjoy it, and now let's go and have some après-ski in famous Obertauern après-ski. Bye-bye.
Let's go.